technology. We always have to wait. Always waiting. Damn it. All right, I'll play us a little country ditty.
I'm waiting away.
That was a
Been
cross.
waiting course for the Web 3.
Oh, dude, that was a cross between country and some 90s bad pop, I think.
I'm Flock of Seagulls. Flock of Seagulls.
Oh, what? Was it really? Oh, sorry. All right. All right. Well, I'll play us an even better tune for us that we got queued up here.
Please do.
Yeah, no shit.
Nobody wants to hear me sing. That's
or me. Sure. All right.
Sweet. Catch me smoking weed in the middle of the city. Nothing shitty, just some Zaza with me. Couple eyes peep the sticky. Know you smell me, know you hear me. I'm as loud as the horn on the semi. Smoke a half, then go get some food from my belly. Then I'm off to the lab. I got some tracks I gotta rap. I've been holding shit back the way I never missed. You would think I'm holding a gap. Spray 16 straight off the dome and relax. While you've been looking, I've been moving. Got some O's in the bag. So fresh and so clean like an Ozian blast. I'm the man behind the scenes. I just tell him to snap. And if you even in the scene, you were extra. That's facts. Miami nights out on the strip. Pulling up in the latest whips. Always flying the latest trips. Yeah. Miami nights. Miami nights. Yeah. Miami nights out on the strip. Pulling up in the latest whips. Yeah. Miami nights on the strip. Yeah. Yeah. Miami nights. We fresh up off another flight again. Just came home from Tiki Island. It was straight up there. Wildin' there, we out here. Miami night in it. 305 and then I'm bulling out on Callis Ave. I know some baddies wanna link right off Lincoln Ave. I got the clique, I went aside. You know I'm smarter with the pie. You know, stir it up a big and messy. Watch it lie. I used to middleman to your land aside. Some up trap queen, show me how to dabble with the pots. Stir it to the right end, pull a read up on the wide, leaning in your spot. You dig? Hey, we're never lacking at all. This fly shit is gon' glide, it ain't no option to fall. Sick in the wavy, my hoe want a deep dive. All inside of my drawers and screaming out it's free Willy season. Miami vibes got my taco meat, the chest off, no ring. Miami nights out on the strip. Pulling up in the latest whips. Always flying the latest trips, yeah. Miami nights, Miami nights, yeah. Miami nights out on the strip. Pulling up in the latest whip, yeah. Miami nights on the strip, yeah. Yeah, Miami nights.
All aboard!
If I were you, I would think about climbing on board.
WX8BK, this is the night train. As you heard the conductor, it's time for the train to leave the station. Jump on board. Don't worry about tickets. The ride is always on us. My name is Bits, and I got your other host down at the bottom there, One Wheel Willie. How you doing, Willie? Oh, there's no Willie. Did we lose Willie? Did we lose me? I don't know. What happened? Is there anybody out there? Oh, we did lose Willie. Well, alrighty then. I just noticed that he's not even there. He just poof, he's gone. That's all right. We'll take care of this. We're good. We're good. Oh, there he is. He's requesting. Yeah, One Wheel Willie. He's always late. That guy. We'll get him up here. He's requested. Thanks for joining us, everybody, tonight. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Got some really familiar faces in the audience. I am totally stoked for tonight. We've got Ryan down there. Fendel, of course, down there, as always. Thank you, brother, for being here. Block Chung, Wolfman, hitting down there. I think I might have everybody. There's probably a few more people there. Oh, we got PMCC25. That is NFT terrorist, I do believe, NFT terrorist down there as well. Thank you, sir, for joining us. It's very, very, very early in the morning for you. So big shout out to you for being here.
The terrorist told me very interesting stories in DM that I want to repeat.
Told you.
Very cool stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
All righty then.
I'm not even gonna hint as to what.
All right. Well, we'll have to get that out of him at some point in time. Then how you doing, Willie? You're here.
He's an interesting dude. Dude, I'm just exhausted, man.
Hey.
Exhausted. Yeah. Yeah. Other than that, pretty good. Getting back to life finally.
Well, that's good, man. We're all going to be tired. If we're not tired, we're not trying hard enough, right? You know, that's the one thing for sure.
Wow, I'm exhausted from spending a week with my in-laws.
Yeah, that would have been
Last
heavy,
week.
man.
Yeah,
that would
it
have
was a
been
nightmare.
heavy. Tonight's opening track was Miami Nights by J-Burn, One of One Neo. Really awesome track. It was dropped. People that were in Miami this year for Art Basel, they recorded the video for it and they made the song for it and dropped it to people that had original NFTs. It was a Miami Nights NFT, I guess it was called. And we got that track. So that was our opening track tonight. It's up at the top there if you're interested in that. Our guest tonight, who will be having up very shortly, is KUSH, Metamushrooms. This should be a wonderful, wonderful talk this week, as it always is. You know, don't want to jinx it, but I'm pretty sure we got this on lockdown. I'm just saying. But yeah, Willie, you're back. You're back. Oh, and next week. Sorry, I wanted to say next week. Thanks to Willie putting in some hard effort and our guest last week, we've got Purs. Oh, no, next week is our 1 year anniversary. Holy shit.
Yeah, man, you're all over the board.
Oh, keep me on the rails, Willie.
Yeah, next week's the 1 year.
I totally forgot about. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so next year, 1 year, Willie. 1 year.
No, next week, 1 year. Not next year. You said next year.
Sorry,
next
I was reading.
Is 1 year. Next year will be 2 years.
Who gave this guy a microphone, man? I mean, you let this guy run a show. People right now,
I was the tired one.
People right now are like, "Fuck, these guys have been running this train wreck for a year." Oh yeah, that's kind of the problem. That's when I'm trying to pin tweets and talk at the same time. Sometimes, it just happens. Sorry.
Trying to tech and chew bubblegum at the same time.
Yeah, that's right, and walk and all that sort of stuff. And I mean, full disclosure, I had a puff just before I came on about 15 minutes ago, so it was just one puff, but obviously those 1980s commercials were right. Nah. Anyway,
I feel like if I did that right now, I would instantly go to sleep.
Well, we don't need that. You save that for a little bit later on for sure, 100%. We need you, Willie. Obviously, we need you. I'm a freaking train wreck, apparently.
I did just wake up from a nap, so
oh,
I would go right back to sleep.
I don't know how you do that. I'd be a mess.
Dude, it was very difficult. All the kids running around. It was a nightmare.
Yeah,
people came to pick up our couch. Kristen's like, she's like, do you want to help? I'm like, fuck no. I want to sleep. Give me 5 more minutes.
Oh, Willie, live family life. Yeah, you were there a whole week, you said? A week? It was a week?
Yeah, we were out in Arizona for pretty much Tuesday to Sunday, so
was it
almost a week.
Was it hotter there? Was it hotter there, you being from the desert of California, where you were out there going, damn, this is a different kind of heat?
Dude, well, it's like 65 right now. Actually, it's like probably like 55 right now. It's like fucking freezing. And out there, it was like 105 already. I'm like, fuck this. It's way too hot already. Like, give me back to my desert where I understand the heat and it's not just blistering hot.
Hey, whoever thinks you'll hear it, get me back to my desert, man. This desert's fucked.
I want to go back to my desert.
Yep.
I don't like this heat here. I want to go back to my heat.
Different kind of heat. All right. Yeah, well, that's what they say. It's been low, I'm just guessing here, low 70s and climbing here this week. Very out of season, a lot warmer than it should be up here in the Great White North, but I'm not complaining in any way, shape, or form, man. I am sitting here right now in shorts and a Hawaiian shirt. I am freaking happy.
Yeah, I got to put the sweatshirt on today, man. Shorts and sweatshirt.
What did you say it was? 55?
Yeah, it's like 55 right now.
Dude, I go swimming in that weather. That's no biggie. I'll tell you, man. I can come just.
Yeah, it's Celsius though, right?
Yeah. I come swimming. I come camp in your backyard year round. I'd be out there in the lawn chair. It's beautiful. The one wheels are inside freezing. Ah, it's all good. Cool, man. So what you been up to last? Did you get any collecting in? You collected any pieces? You were very busy last week. You did a new
Yeah,
drop.
I minted a new piece last week.
That's dope. I like that. The
Um,
cacti. That's right. I'm not even gonna say it. You talk.
yeah. Oh, hello.
Ooh, hello.
A cactus man.
Yeah, cool. You should pin that up at the top for folks if they would like to participate in that. It's a cool little piece.
You know what? I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my pin tweet as well.
Dope.
But yeah, it's been really fun. I've been personally curating for anybody who buys it, basically. So, like I start off with like one maybe two pieces of personal curation. I wrote a whole thread on it in my pin tweet, kind of give you the gist, and then throughout the year, however long it goes, I mean it's 2 years. Go back and find something for everyone who collects, and then every once in a while I'll go back through all the collectors and see find some more personal pieces every once in a while. So that's kind of the journey there that I decided to go with that one. It's just like it's like being one of you. Like me and you. I'll just be shopping around and like, oh, I like this. I'm gonna buy this for bits. So now you get the bits experience of me finding stuff I like and sending it to you.
Oh, let me tell you, folks, you want that experience. The tailored bits experience from One Wheel Willie. It sounds dirty, but it's not. It's fun.
It is a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's really cool. Willie is our resident talented guy. He says he's not an artist, but Willie's an artist. He's got a little collection there. Did you get that pinned up to the top? No, you didn't get that pinned up to the top. I could pin
No, not yet. I'm still trying to find it. I'm trying to navigate to my own pinned tweet.
Cool.
Okay then.
Yeah, no, that was cool. I saw it, and you were having a lot of fun with that, and the people were very appreciative of the pieces that they got. It's really fun. It's good. It's a way to, spread the love around the Tezos and get people, find new artists and get people hooked on new artists as well. And that's really cool that you're doing that, man. I really dig it. Yeah, I didn't collect much of anything last week. I don't think been low on the Tez, and the fact that I've got a new phone and I haven't totally swapped everything over to the new phone yet, so I can't buy Tez or anything on my new phone. I can access and I can buy stuff. I can access my Kukai and all that, but I can't get into my Coinbase and stuff. But which I guess has been kind of a good thing, a little bit. It's slowed down the Tez purchases, which is I wish I could just purchase everything from everyone. I picked up the brown Recluse versus Herbal, the new Fendel piece that he dropped last weekend on the Saturday, I think it was. That's a pretty cool piece. Fendel down there, hanging out with us as per always. Another West Coast representation. I should pin that up at the top as well because that's a dope piece. Really, really great piece. Yeah, and otherwise I didn't. Pop Lazarus did the 1 of 1 drop. For those that collected the 3 Trash Pandas. And then he dropped us all a 1 of 1 from his RV trip, and they were all cacti. I picked the biggest, most erect cacti I could find.
Yeah, I was looking at it, I'm like I kind of like all of them. So I told him, I was like, I'll just let Bits can take first choice. I wasn't surprised by the one you picked.
It's like having a big truck. No, just kidding. Yeah, no. So that was cool. So I got that. But yeah, otherwise I didn't really. I didn't do much collecting last week. I went to my cabin, had a good relaxing a weekend there, and got in touch with nature. And you know what I want to tell you about nature, folks? Everybody's always like, "Oh, to hear the birds in the morning, it's so beautiful," and it is. It is. But in the springtime in Canada, when everything comes back all at once and everything migrates up and everything's waking up and everything's happening, let me tell you what that sounds like at 5 in the morning when you're out in the bush. Every bloody bird in the world is awake, and it is overwhelming. Like, I wake up to it. Don't get me wrong, it's way better than waking up to my alarm, but Man, it is like crazy. It's like I just want to go to sleep. I'm at the cabin. I'm taking a break, and these birds are just relentless. And it's like a billion birds. It's so nuts, man. It's not really something to complain about. But when you're at the cabin trying to relax, it's like, come on, guys. At least start this up at like 8 a.m. Not
Yeah, isn't there a noise ordinance around here?
yeah.
Not supposed to do any work until 10 a.m.
Yeah,
Something like that.
I guess that's the thing. I'm out in the bush, right? So there's no bylaws like that out there. So and they're probably the birds are all out in the trees like, "F you, buddy. We're up at 2 in the morning when you're dancing around the fire, drunk, listening to whatever you're listening to, and you guys are partying, right?" So I guess it's a trade off. They're getting me back, but I loved it. No, it's all serious, Nathan. It was beautiful. These extra high temperatures we're having up here right now are just awesome. I'm so happy to get outside and to be walking in bare feet. Oh, love it.
So,
I
so
get,
similarly worse to that, where there are actual noise ordinances. You know,
yeah.
I'm a little hungover in Arizona, and there's no lawns there, right? It's all synthetic grass. It's all like non-maintenance, cactuses uh, for plants and stuff like that, right? So there's no lawns. There's nothing like this. And at fucking 7:30 in the morning, I hear this right outside my goddamn door, like my window, because there was a slider that went out to the backyard, and sure enough, there's this fucking gardener in the backyard with this goddamn blower right outside my window, and I'm going, "What the fuck are you gardening?" That's all he was doing. He was blowing. I go out there later. There's just shit all over. Like, I mean, there's still like plant stuff everywhere. Like, from the trees or whatever. Like, there's a couple trees, and there's still like leaves and stuff all over the fucking like synthetic grass. I'm like, you didn't even do anything. All you did was go in my fucking window for an hour and didn't do anything. Like, what
Uh,
the fuck? I was so pissed.
these are those first world problems we have up here, hey?
Yeah, it's some real first world stuff.
Yeah, Willie's bitching about leaf blowers, and I'm bitching about nature being too loud. It's all good. It's all good. Cool. Well, we're here now. We're in our safe space. We're in the beautiful space. We're in the space that. Oh, sorry. What did Threes quote? What was the quote today from Threes?
Wildly. Damn it! I forgot. You wrote. You tweeted it out.
I
Wildly.
tweeted out. I can't even remember what it
Wildly.
was. I'll look back at the
Fuck.
text
That,
here.
I'm still trying to wake up. You'll have to
Yeah, I
bear
know.
with me
I
for a
can't
minute
believe you
here.
had. I can't believe you had a nap.
Wildly popular.
All right. As quoted by Threesomes, the most wildly popular space in the internet. We've been here for a year. As we did say, next week, it's our 1 year anniversary. We have talked to so many wonderful artists, as we are going to do this evening in just a moment. So please do make sure you come back, especially those of you that are in here that have been on our space and listening for a long time. I see Jay Byrne popped in, Junkersfeld's in here, Fendel down there, as I mentioned before, Dan Williams in there as well. Sorry, I'm trying to get to my little list here, and it's crashing on me. NFT Buzz, Ryan down there, Wolfman. I think I said Block Chung. Wagme Wines is in here as well. We would love everybody to pop in for as much as you can next week. Fendel's going to be asking us some questions and kind of guiding us, I guess. Like the hosts get to hang out and just answer questions.
Yeah, he's taking the reins.
Yeah, and we're definitely going to keep it as open as we can. Absolutely. If you've been a past guest on here, we're gonna be handing out microphones, which is not normally something that we do in this room, as you all know. That when we invite an artist here to talk, when we finally stop talking ourselves, we dedicate it to them, and it's their train. We like to run it that way. We find that sometimes the format of having 10 people with microphones and conversations getting cut off, just it's not our style. It's not what we do. We're here we value everybody's time, and we're here to focus on that artist 100%. So please do join us next week for our 1 year anniversary, and then the following week after that for PERS. Absolutely. I'm pumped. I said that all in one breath, I think.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, man, that's all the housekeeping I got. You got some other stuff you got happening on your end there?
Um,
You're into Threes is into season 11 now.
Season 10
10?
starting up soon.
10, sorry. Oh, you didn't start? That didn't start yet? Oh, okay, cool.
Now's a great time to get into some Wag Me Wine. Start poking in around there before it starts back up again.
Absolutely. Wag Me Wine is coming up with some big innovation coming up next to make it just, it's going to be frontier breaking when it all lets loose. It's going to be great.
I was stalling. I was going to shout out Fat Guts Taz and Illumis. We're a couple of the artists that I collected last week in my personal curation journey. That actually then found me on Twitter. I think so.
Cool.
Just got a shout out there. Some really cool stuff.
That's actually something I should probably do more of, is shouting out people that connect with us and stuff. We've in the past couple of weeks I've been messaging Willie at all hours of the day, going, dude, somebody that has 40,000 followers and they're following 20,000 people just followed us, right? Or and I've been curating who we follow as well, because I mean there's a lot that, dude, last night this person followed us, followed the WX8BK account, I should be saying, and they had 30,000 followers. Or how did that work? They were following they had 30,000 followers, but they were only following 3. And I'm like, and I was looked at that, I was like, that's shady. So I didn't bother. And I found a few accounts that have been connected. They're just, it's dumb. I mean, I click on them. I do curate. I don't, not to say that I have to pick our friends, but I definitely look at the follow backs that I do. Everything that we follow back is the WX8B account. When it's,
yeah, you just want to make sure they're legit. They're not bot accounts. They're,
which there's a lot of them. I mean, when your name is Tiffany the Big Chest, and you're following thousands of people, but nobody's following you.
She got them quad laser titties though. You don't follow her? Yeah, you gotta follow her, dude.
All right, this is too early. The kids are still awake.
Joking. She's actually gonna come on one day and be really nice, and we'll be like, "Oh my god,
oh my god, why didn't you follow me? Oh fuck." Yeah, no, that I'm sure that'll bite me in the ass someday. But anyways, yeah, that's where time is. Well, I think it's about time to bring our guest up. If you're okay with that, Willie. Sorry, I kind of cut you off good there. Cool. All right. Well, I gave him the microphone, so definitely. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for popping in tonight and hanging out with us. I'd like to welcome our guest.
Retweet the space.
Yes, please do. I forget that, Willie. You are always on that. I'd like to welcome our guest of honor, KUSH. Step on up. Unmute that microphone and say hi.
Hey, how's it going? Woo. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah. Happy to be here. Let me know how you guys want to proceed.
For sure.
I'm all yours, and I go in every direction, so you guys are just gonna have to lead me along and in your way, because I know you guys are the pros.
Perfect.
So.
No, we like going every way of the artist. Yeah, no, we definitely weren't going to leave you hanging. Here you go. Here's the show. You talk. We're out of here. Well, thank you very much.
Let me take you back to the beginning.
Yeah.
No,
way back.
Perfect. Tell us, give us a start, who you are, how you got into psychedelics or psychedelic art.
Yeah. Did I get into psychedelics? Man, we have to talk about psychedelics? Oh, no.
We don't have to.
No, I'm just kidding. I love talking about psychedelics. Let's see. So I go back to when I was a real young child. I was super interested in the reel-to-reel tape recorder that my dad had, and it turns out that was a huge influence on my life. That machine sort of directed me towards a life of, audio engineering subtly. So, like some of my earliest memories are messing around with that machine and him letting me, play with it, like this giant looking expensive gear. And it was cool. So we learned how to use that. And he also played banjo. And my mom made pottery and had a pottery studio in the garage with a kiln. And we used to mess around in there as well. Of course, what we made were more like implements of destruction with clay and anything that we could hide a firecracker in to blow up the clay with. Kids, don't try that at home.
What part of the country did you grow up if you had access to
firecrackers?
Yeah, firecrackers.
Well, firecrackers were available in California in the 70s and the 80s. You could get them pretty much. I mean, I guess you can probably still get firecrackers in when you need them. So let's see. You would get them in like Chinatown, but somebody in the high school would always go up to Chinatown and get them and bring them back.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I had an older brother. Have an older brother, and influential older brother who lets you learn about things, and yeah, so he also was a guitarist. So there was a lot of music going on and some art going on in the house. It was that was what was happening. Also, we were just encouraged to experiment with stuff, so that was rad.
Cool. I man, you were the kid I would have been like, man, I want to come to your house.
Well, like, of course, all that is tempered with whatever else, like I'm doing poorly in school and, like getting in trouble, like flip side of that coin. But it's all good. I ended up actually going to a private Catholic school where I got steeped in the Catholic religion as a Jewish bar mitzvah kid. That was an interesting experience that gave me a different viewpoint, perhaps, on things. And it was a really progressive Catholic school. That's all I have to say. I mean, if you guys are, remember, there were some scandals and stuff. So things you maybe
remember some of that.
You maybe traded one wild scenario for another wild scenario, and you know how you get like sent to jail and you learn all the bad things there. Yeah, like I went to private Catholic school, which was like a level up from public school to me, as far as like access and cool different scene. So that was fun, and they were there was a lot of poetry and Shakespeare and culture being taught there. So I was really into it, even when I was not into the religion part, because I'm not a religious person, but I guess I'm spiritual. So I got that enough to allow, it not to matter and just take the courses, get the grades and go to college, which is what you have to do. So there was a lot of that, like, intellectual stimulation going on. And I became a huge deadhead in the process of, like learning through psychedelics. But not just exactly that way. It wasn't like one led to the other, but they were sort of, it was like a twisting around the bend was, there was music and then, and of course, weed. And then around the bend was this thing that everybody kept talking about, which was the psychedelics. And simultaneously I was given a recording of the Grateful Dead. It was like, a sandwich or something right at the same time. And I was like, wow, they allow recording. So I saw that there was a lifestyle that could be obtained through the stuff that I was already practicing, recording bands and stuff like that. People were going around and recording the Dead. Hey, I could do that too. And that started like the hustle into the sound business, the sound game, sound engineering. Wanted to work for bands, so I did. And yeah, but it was during that time that I ended up working for Ken Kesey, who wrote One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. At this point, not a lot of people might be familiar with that anymore, but it was a famous book, famous movie with Jack Nicholson. And he took a bus across the country called Further in 1964 with him and his friends, and they pretty much took acid the whole way, filming it and attempting to make a movie, which never got really made until just a few years ago. And during the time that I lived with him, he was still trying to edit this movie together. He had an Avid editing system. This was in the 90s. And we were on tour and we were doing a play about global warming. So he was sort of advanced when it comes to like digital art, video editing. He was still like pushing the envelope and on topic, on point. He was 20 years ahead of his time doing a piece about disasters and global warming.
So you were helping with some of the video editing and the audio into that, or what were you doing with him?
Yeah, so I was brought in to do the sort of office management, pre-tour office management. Then on tour, I was the sound engineer, lighting director, and I had a part in it was a musical, and I had a speaking part as Don Pardo. I would say things like, he would write them the day of the show, and they would be topical, or when he called on me, I'd have to say one of the lines, like Rice Aroni, the San Francisco treat, something like that, into the microphone from the soundboard.
Oh, dude,
it was
you're
pretty
hired.
fun.
You're
Yeah.
hired.
What's that?
I said you're hired. I said we got you. You got this. We need some voiceovers done. No, just kidding.
That's what I was thinking.
We could have.
Yeah. So that was like, traveling around with people who were kind of like, literally, my heroes growing up, and it was maybe in the span of about, I'd say 8 from the time I started taking psychedelics, which was when I was 16, and the time I lived with Kesey, which was around 24. I mean, we're talking like it took like 8 years between that time for me to realize, holy shit, The book I read when I was 16 was The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, by the way. If anybody wants to read that book, that'll give you the whole story behind why Ken Kesey is a counterculture icon. So I had read that book and thought, wow, this is insane. These guys had a bus. It had all this sound equipment on it with headsets and microphones and speakers. And here I mean, all I could think about was this, and they're taking acid and going across the country. Listen to me. I'm still like laughing my ass off at how ridiculous this sounds. And to a 16-year-old, it's even more ridiculous. I'm going like, what? They did this? Oh, okay. Then the Grateful Dead do too? Let's go. We just went. And so, that was like a whole nother life of life, within a life. That was that.
That's
Yeah.
that's
After
so
all
crazy.
that, um, you know, I see Paper Booted down there, and I just want to say, hey, shout out. After that, I did have a period of time where uh, where I worked really hard in the sound industry, and I was out of that sort of scene. But um, I settled in the Bay Area, and I sort of felt disconnected. And a friend of mine handed me a paperback by Thich Nhat Hanh, and that got me kicked off into a little Buddhist uh, sort of practice. And so, yeah, so that ended up, sort of helping me find the path to the next part of phase of my life. And yeah, it was just really cool. So it was from the Jewish Catholic to the Buddhist through the acid experiences of Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters. I don't know. That's a sum it up of that right there. Yeah.
Wow. Sum it up.
I took, maybe I took too many bong hits before this.
No, it's no, dude. No, no,
I'm
that was
I'm 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 blown away by like, you know, the multiple religious backgrounds. It's not something, you know, people can preach it all they want as far as like, if they're spiritual, like study all religions kind of thing. But it's like, well, you've lived multiple. It's one of those things. It's like, whoa, all right.
Even like the Grateful Dead is kind of a religion, and
absolutely.
yeah,
Oh, absolutely.
and you know,
And Web3 is a cult by to anyone on the outside.
one of the things that I did when I uh, got into sitting in meditation was I sat in a weekly Dharma talk with uh, with somebody who was just locally nearby, and turns out that they were related to a guy who wrote a book called A Year to Live Practice, Stephen Levine. And so this was also quite instrumental in, I never had done any kind of like group therapy or any of that kind of stuff. And I don't, like, I even sometimes feel like this is as good as it gets when it comes to, I don't know what you want to say, group therapy or, a Dharma talk or something, like along those lines of just like, where are we going in life? Can you find it here? Sure, you can, like if you want. But you have to be open to that stuff. So at that time in my life, I was open to it. And, you know, um, yeah, so all that stuff kind of is how is informs what you see. And that's why I like to tell people, like, if you're interested in what am I doing artistically, it's a lifelong story arc that's ongoing, and it's just, it's wherever I am at the moment.
So when in all of that do you pick up a pencil or paintbrush, or
AI or
do you start expressing it visually in the tablet area?
Yeah.
Like where?
Well, this was funny because I always forget these things in my story, but they're really quite instrumental. When I was in third grade, and it has to do with like, because I had this older brother who's also had some similar experiences. I was in third grade, and I had to go to this other, I don't know, I had to go to some extracurricular thing, and you had to pick a activity to do, and one of them was TV tech. And I heard my brothers doing that, and I wanted to do that when it was my turn. So anyways, so TV tech, I'm giving you guys this because it's leading up to, I went to college. One of my friends in high school had like a VHS, and we would go video camera, and we'd go around record shit. Not a lot, but I remember that. And I always had VHS tapes, and I was dubbing shit. But in college, I took video class, and I produced like 5 music videos for this band in town. And that was all on SVHS video editing, control track editing. If you guys are familiar with that, it's old school dubbing style editing, one deck to another.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's sort of like pre-digital era somewhat, but I also made 4-track cassette recordings of bands throughout this time, taking that, like reel-to-reel ethic and taking the reel-to-reel to show to record bands and then 4-track to record bands and servicing bands just as as a way of expanding my palette as an audio engineer. And so through, and I'm always taking photographs throughout this time. I was always doing a lot of different things, but visually there was video tied it all together. I worked at a TV station in the news department where I produced music videos for friends of mine who would come down. We would use the studio at the station. And that was like, Then, so I finally, I was doing sound, and I was one of the first, I had an email address through my college. And after college, somebody told me, you can, there's this thing that'll allow you to, browse this thing called the World Wide Web. It was links. It was all text-based. And when the first browser came out, I started designing websites right away in TextPad. And
wow, so before Angel Fire.
Yeah, like
way before.
like Netscape 0.
Yes.
I'm gonna get real
because there was links, which was just like you could see. And prior to that, I had used this thing called like WordStar. It was like a word processor, and you could press F5 and see the codes, and the codes were exactly the same as HTML pretty much. So if you wanted to bold something, I mean, you had to know to type B and all that shit. So I already was doing that in like high school and college because I had one of these like, DOS based laptops or whatever. And it was slick, but very low level still. I mean, you were like typing in code to make things bold. So, so I was comfortable with that. And then of course I could see that people were editing on Photoshop with their mouse, and no problem. I was heavily into whatever downloading software and learning how to use it at the time. I was producing. I had a magazine that I was producing, and I was sending out cassette tapes of bands recordings to people, and so I was doing some publishing, layout, and in college I learned how to use the darkroom, and enlarge photographs. So I was definitely into digitally editing photographs as soon as I could. Got a scanner and was scanning stuff and editing it and putting it together, and repackaging it, graphics for bands, posters, or whatever they were doing and whatever I was producing. Eventually, I started. I did sound for like 10 years and I worked with tons of bands as a house sound engineer in nightclubs in San Francisco. And then I started a business called California DVD, where I produced DVDs for like DJ Shadow, Meat Beat Manifesto, Dream Theater, Adobe, Macromedia,
Macromedia. That's what we were trying to think of the other day.
Yeah, Macromedia, Shockwave.
Yes.
Shockwave, Flash. And so, like, for example, I did work at the Plant recording studios in Sausalito with like Metallica, Sammy Hagar, and some other bands were there at the time. But I did their website, their first website in mostly in Flash, believe it or not. Still on the Wayback Machine, some of it, and which I'm pretty stoked about.
Did you happen to do any work on the Wu-Tang album, the W?
No, I didn't.
I think that was the one that had like a full like Flash menu and everything in it. It was either the W.
No, like like nobody wanted that for real. Like it looked cool, but it was like not what.
Gimmicky.
Yeah, like people saw it as gimmicky, and I just had fun with the design, like keeping it all on one page, and I was designing NFTs shortly thereafter. And if you've seen an NFT menu, it's similarly designed. They just static screens with click throughs to other screens that look very similar, but not much changes but the text.
It's funny. A couple of weeks ago, we were talking. I think it was with I think it was Hash Brown. Anyways, but I got into Flash just at the end, just before it all disappeared. I learned how to do it, and I was like, yeah, this is so awesome. And it's like, nope, it's tomorrow. This is useless now. And I was like, fuck.
Flash directly led me to After Effects because I learned how to do tweening in Flash, and then I saw how much easier it was in After Effects. At the same time, I also learned 3D Studio Max. This was in 1999, and I had a coworker in my studio who like I shared a studio space with another production company, and this one guy was just so like awesome, would show me all the latest tools and tricks, and we would sit there after hours and just like geek out on the software. And I just spent hours like making stuff. And one of the things I made in 3D Studio Max that I'm super proud of is a motion menu for a Prince DVD that never came out.
Oh, crazy.
Well, yeah. The guy contacted me. He's like, this is super top secret. I need you to make this menu. So I was like, okay. He's like, it's going to be on spec. I said, all right, no problem. Whatever. If it's Prince, then that's great. He's like, if he wants it, then you'll be contacted. So it just never came out. It was a good reason and a good muse for the effort. You know what I mean? It like got me to like really learn the tool heavily. And anyways, I felt like I could conquer any 3D thing after that. And I used it in more motion menus and things of that nature. And I feel like, doing motion menus is kind of like almost an NFT in and of themselves. They're like 3-second loops.
Right.
And that's it. Yeah. Around the same time, I did work with this visual artist. I made quite a few DVDs for artists. One was this looping artist who, went on to become like the head of the San Francisco Arts Commission for like 10 years. And I just think back to the fact that she was doing this looping art forever, like how gratifying it must be to see like looping artwork get its day, and looping video artwork. I think it's still not like, the same as static artwork is as far as collecting goes in that regard. And I do feel like I'm more in the video camp than I am in the static camp, even though I've put out a lot of static images. But that's why I'm sort of like focusing on the video side of things. And so I did do that, and she put me on as a credit because we traded where I needed some promo shots of me for my business, and she needed the DVD for looping, because you could do it now. Like, I had one of the first DVD burners, and so you could set something to loop forever, and it would look pretty good. And so I did a lot of that sort of stuff back then, and then throughout, and that just led to continuing to explore. I play a lot of instruments, so I also record music. Most of it is improvisational, and I work with an improv band as a sound engineer. So it sort of morphed into working mostly for bands that I like or know, which is the one band, or anybody else I like or know who wants or needs my sound help, like that. Like, I have another job and I don't need to worry about doing sound for a living now, so that's cool. And so, but I still get to do it, and through doing that, it kept my chops up, because I also produced tons of live videos for them, which I just did, like, along the way, like we do. I mean, to me, it's I don't know what to say. All that was from my heart. When I say I work for them, I donated my time to record this band who's not doing terribly. They're doing well. Can they afford to hire a professional sound engineer who will also bring 4 cameras, set them all up, and record the thing multi-track, go home and mix it? And no, but I will do it because I'm insane. And that's what I've been doing, recording bands since I was, like I said, 16 with the fake ID. And so,
That's
and that's
beautiful.
that's when you're doing it for the art of doing it. You're not doing it for money. You're not doing it for anything more than just the love of it.
That's dope. That's everybody's dream, right? That's everybody's dream.
That's it.
Well, everybody's dream is to do that and get paid.
Well, yeah, okay, fair enough. But
I mean, it would be nice.
But he's also still making a living. He's got a career. He's making a living.
You got to have a paying job. You got to have a paying job,
Yeah.
And that's as long as you can do that and make ends meet. And you got to be able to make ends meet.
That's cool. It's kind of cool because my sister brought that up a couple weekends ago to me, because I'm that kind of person where I have talents and I love to give it to people and not charge them for it because I love to do it. And she's like, well, you can be making money. I'm like, yeah, but then that brings a whole nother element to it. And right, like this way, it's like,
it's a business. I don't want to run a business. I just want to do fun stuff.
My direct answer was basically, well, if I just say fuck it and like I don't want to do it, then it's fine, right? They're not paying me, they're not out anything. But yeah, no, I love that vibe.
Yeah.
I love that vibe. That's beautiful, man.
I mean, but I don't know. I mean, like I could unpack that for a second and just say that another way of looking at it is, in the industry, no matter at what level you're at, you might have to pay some dues for a while if you're not well known for what you do. And what that long while might be a long while. And even through I think through friendship and trust, you can donate some work as a calling card and say, yeah, I'd love to give you some work to show at your show. Just don't forget to mention me as the person to go to for visuals when the big boys call. Like that. Right. Like, like to me, a taste is good too. Right, Paper Buddha? A taste is good. You got to give them a taste. And then you get them hooked, and then they go like, yeah, KUSH can deliver the goods.
Well, and I guess too, it's really nice that you have people to work with, content to work with, where if you were just sitting in a studio trying to create a portfolio or things for people to see to show what you can do, it's probably a lot harder to create like that. But when you have these bands or whatever that you do these things for, at least it makes it easier to just get things out a little bit easier. I would imagine, maybe not.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I love that part of it. I think that's why I love being a behind the scenes collaborator, side person. It takes a lot of the pressure off, but the part that I do like, I like remember the first time I cut anything together editing wise as on the timeline in an editing program. It was a trailer, and I took a short film and I made a trailer, and the feeling that I got afterwards, and I was like, oh man, this is super cool. This is like, I just went chop, chop, chop. We didn't have to use a razor blade, and there was no glue or whatever. Tape.
You didn't have to dub and tape your tape
Right.
like on a VHS.
Yeah, right. And I was like, this is so dope. I'm editing in the computer. Video editing in the computer is so rad. And when I do it for the videos and the music videos, I get the same rush. Like, look at how it's coming together, or it makes me just like dumbfounded at how fun it is to put these stories together. And so I'm not sure if I can do it. So now let me give you a contrast. I've written very few songs, just like to give you. Now I don't write them very easily. They come very slowly. And I have one that I wrote a long time ago that, like, probably once a week I go like, I should do a music video for that one. It's like 20 years old. I'm like, so yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't know what that says, but I do yeah, I enjoy working with other people's material, and that's why Paper Buddha and I had a great run there. I think so awesome, to be inspired by people's work and get to work with it and just riff off of it. And, there was a lot of freedom there to take, the same, take the assets and edit them together into a sort of meaningful short story. That was always the goal. And I think that's the same goal as like a music video.
It's kind of cool. Of just kind of going back to listening to the tools that you have used over the years, and I'm kind of like right there with you. I didn't, unfortunately, never had a reel to reel to mess around with, but I had a friends that did, and that was a cool medium. But you're definitely a person who can relate to the technology and how it's gotten so much freaking better. And it's like, nowadays when you're waiting, if you're waiting for something to render or whatever, a big video clip, big video montage or whatever to finalize, and it's like we sit there, oh, it's going to take a little while. This takes a long time. But it's like back in the day, man, like editing, like video camera to VCR and VCR to VCR, like that was a painstaking process. Like super, even using 3D Studio Max.
Yeah.
I had it back in the day, and I remember my computer was nowhere near the capableness that to run that program. But even if you had a computer that was really capable back in the day, it was still a very, very heavy program for back in the days. And I remember the only thing I ever generated and got to accomplish was a golden egg that I had made that was like 3-dimensional, and I could spin it around, and it was missing a part.
Nice.
There was a part that didn't mesh right or whatever, and it was like I had this
Yeah.
big hole in it. It pissed me off, but like, yeah, like, so I mean, you've definitely firsthand, you've definitely experienced the amazing technological advances that we have now and available at our fingertips, like on our
Yeah.
phones, right?
What other 3D programs did you try? Bryce?
I know I don't know if I ever had Bryce or
Okay.
not. I'm not too
Bryce
terribly
was
sure.
cool.
Yeah, I think I went like I did. Like I said, I got into Flash when it was too late. I used to use the old Corel draws, and I had hacked versions of Photoshop
Yes.
and I think 3D Studio Max was like literally the last 3D program that I used until like 20 years later, right? So
Yeah.
but yeah, like I mean, the advancement of tools that are available to people now is just what you can do with a phone, let alone a computer, is it's mind blowing. Like everybody, if you have
Yeah.
the ability, you can produce some amazing stuff.
So I always, after learning 3D Studio Max, I would always try every 3D program that I could get my hands on or a crack of, uh, cracks, where's WAREZ, I was like, yeah, whereas,
Yeah.
where's, and I'd be like, get every damn where's, get them all, and learn everything, and then finally Blender. Oh, what? It's free. Okay, great. Let's go. Free Blender, and I was doing like you know I would model. I would do like just riffing on Blender, just after dinner or whatever, or be just like geeking out. Start with the cube and make whatever until it was like just like a mess, and then I would do a couple tutorials. You know, this was, I don't know, I mean, 10 years ago, maybe more. I don't remember whenever Blender started coming out. And finally, I decided I was just going to like double down, and I got some like classes and learned everything I could about Blender, and you know, um, modeled till I could really feel comfortable in there, and and also animate, which I always could animate, but like I got like some little bit better. And then uh, COVID hit. I was doing the same, just like um, music videos for the band. I was practicing Blender, raising, just like doing, and I'd post them to like whatever. I'd post them to Facebook occasionally. I had no social media presence, and I had I have a YouTube, I have a photography site, and my SoundCloud with my music on it. So, and people weren't looking on Facebook for my 3D artwork or whatever. It was just like not getting much action. I was just like, whatever. Uh, well, fast forward to COVID, we were in the middle of lockdown, and the band did like 13 songs remotely with something like 50 different musicians. And then we decided, hatched a plan to do one with 75 musicians, to do a 17-minute long epic song. And I came up with the plan to edit the whole thing in Blender. But I used a combination of Blender and After Effects and like Vegas Video. But suffice it to say, it was a big project with like 200 tracks of audio and 150 tracks of video and whatnot. And that we did do, and turned it into an NFT project, as a matter of fact, that didn't really sell very many, but it was a good effort and it was a good learning experience. But yeah, so, but through that, I mean, like learning 3D programs, I wouldn't have been able to do what I did without having all of that prep in advance, like how to get from point A to point Z on a project of that nature was simply doable only because I had been doing it nonstop.
That's a huge undertaking. I mean, even nowadays, most people be like, okay, well, we need a few people to help out with this and get on this. Like, that's massive.
It took about a year, and there was nobody had any energy for it at the end but me. It was a little bit hilarious, or not, however you want to look at it. But it was a labor of love. The artists were written. I bought I did a manifold contract, and I did it such that the artists could be written in on their tokens with their, this is when we thought people would be able to get royalties. So yeah, it was a thoughtful, lofty plan. That's
Blender
all I'll say.
Blender's a really neat tool. I know lots of people. I mean, lots of people use it. Obviously, I mean,
Yeah.
even in here, like I'm pretty sure Hash Brown down there uses it.
Yeah.
Many artists that we've talked to use it in some way, shape, or form. I have.
Is that what he's using to build our blimp?
Oh, it could be. Yeah, I do.
By the way.
I'm not. I think he is. He might be. I'm not too sure. Oh, yeah, he says 100%. All right. So yeah, no, we're just for everybody that's interested. We are getting a WX8BK blimp
Yeah, it looks awesome.
for the Testones event, but that's a different story for later on. One of the cool things, like I stumbled onto Blender just getting back into wanting to tinker around with that stuff, kind of going back to my 3D Studio Max days. But I have a 3D printer, so I started tinkering around with Blender to create some stuff. But the really cool thing with Blender too is the plugins, right? Like it's open source. Like people have created some amazing plugins for it. Like it's a groovy tool. Like it's an amazing tool, and it's been standing the test of time, truly.
Yeah, I have I pay for some Patreon subscriptions still to get access to some of these just higher level discussions about Blender and feature forward info. And it's funny, so my artwork morphed over the course of the NFT game from strictly 3D, more or less, to a combination, and to then a combination of AI plus analog, to more or less AI plus analog. And when I say analog, I just mean non-AI methods. So AI,
like Photoshop or
yeah,
something like that.
Photoshop,
Kind of
Blender,
mixing
or
the two.
After Effects.
That's an interesting way to. That's an interesting way to look at it. Nobody's used it that way. Anything that's not AI being analog. That's. I like that. I like that.
I'm being too loosey goosey with the word, maybe. But but yeah, it's morphed in from, and but like in the middle, I take breaks. So if I like you need to keep up your chops, so I'll do tutorials in Blender still for like what's ever hot this week. I really wanted to make some diamonds, so in Blender I just had an idea for a possible diamond thing, and yeah, we can make some diamonds. Okay, let's do a tutorial on diamonds. That's fun. And then suddenly you know how to make diamonds. I don't know. Like I never get tired of it. It's still fun this many years later. And the same is true for all of them. And now it's AI, which is been a major focus for me lately. And yeah, having fun introducing that into music videos now as well. So that's been super fun.
Yeah, AI is just the next tool, right?
Yeah, and I mean, for me, I never saw it as anything other than that. Just like another program that you can use. And it was really weird. Like I will just say that I never was a naysayer. I'm usually not a naysayer until I am, but a naysayer of like technology or futuristic things. But when people would tell me, I had a few people in the space who would be like, you got to really check out this machine learning AI stuff. And I was like, does it involve coding? And I'm not sure if I can take the time to learn it all right now. And I sort of felt like it was going to be hard. And then one day, and then I was doing a lot of style transfer using Deep Dream, which is a form of AI, and I was working with Gummy LSD. I don't know if you guys are familiar with LSD Gummy Bear, Season of Space.
Yeah, yeah.
He,
Actually, we
yeah,
met him out.
he's awesome.
Yeah,
Uh, so we met at the very, very beginning. We go way back, and we've done a lot of projects together, and like we did like 500 animated crypto Leos that pretty much sold out. Each one of us did 250 of them, and we used a combination of Deep Dream Generator uh, and Motion Leap plus After Effects, and we did soundtracks for some. It was kind of out of control. We dropped them every single day for like for like 500 days. I don't know what we were thinking, or it was 2 a day for 250 days. Anyways, it was a lot. We were under a lot of pressure to do them. But anyway, so Gummy LSD. Yeah, I don't know. I lost my fucking train of thought. Should do some more weed. Smoke some more weed. Is this show
yeah.
okay with that? I don't know. Damn it.
As a matter of fact, I'm actually I'm hitting the Dynavap as we speak. So yeah, please do take
Oh
a break.
man, I wasn't gonna mention your name.
I was gonna say we'll just take a moment while we're doing while we're all doing our hits here. A lot of people in the space that we've been mentioning here. We got NFT Buzz, Paper Buddha, Ryan, PMCC25, the NF Terrorist, Pong, Laser Lou Dude, V, Fendel, Max, Hash Brown, MVD, Wolfman, Sister Sage, thank you for being here. Mary, we got the AR department, the Chick Threes down there, Fariz, and NSDC. Thank you, folks, for all being here as we take this little kind, warming moment to have a hit, have a drink of water if that's what you do. If you light up a cigarette, feel free to do so. Yeah, no, this Kush, this show is 100% cash. I mean, we had Jay Burn on. Oh, that was a good sound. I had to. You like it?
So, yeah, I do want to give a shout out to a couple people: Laser Lou, NFT Buzz, Wolfman, MVD, Ryan, Pong, all the fam is here. Thank you, Max. The hash pipe. Let's see. I mean, hash brown. Sorry. Wolfman. Maybe I said that already. Okay. And I wanted to say a shout out to NFT Buzz and thank NFT Buzz also for providing some of the best, one of the best services in Web3, which is he provides templates for artists to create their own website and get them started in terms of their web presence out there. Because even though we call it Web3, it's really like Web 2.1 maybe right now, and we're getting there. But we're gonna, but everyone needs a professional looking profile and professional bio, and Buzz really helped a lot with that. So just want to say thanks.
Dope. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think NFT Buzz has popped into our space at some point in time.
I think I've checked out his website templates and stuff too.
Right?
Actually,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and
I just
I've
haven't
used-
gotten around to setting it up for the WXAPK stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, here's the thing. I've used every single one of them since the beginning, text editor all the way through. And I hate building websites now. And I told him that for like a year. And he's like, I promise you, you will like it. And I was like, okay. And I swear to you, it was like, actually, it was pretty fun. It was very easy. It was like more enjoyable than Squarespace or whatever. I've used them all. I've used WordPress, Squarespace, Wix, you name it. So, what I wanted to say was, yeah, Gummy LSD got me really into AI because he goes like, yeah, like you can even do this. I had never really seen like text to image before, but he was the one that like showed me how to like get set up and get on that and that I could use it to make videos. And that was where I lost my train of thought before and why I brought him up, because he was the one. And so if anybody checks his stuff out, what you'll see is some deep, very well thought out kind of like I don't know what to say. Weird. It's odd. It's good. Um, it's different. It's um, so check him out as well because his AI is high effort. That's what I wanted to say.
I think
Did he?
he was the we talked to him I think right after Miami.
That's what I
Will
was gonna
Yeah.
say. Was he the one that had like the life, not like
the
larger
giant
than life,
the
like
giant gummy bears on
giant
Lamborghinis?
gummy bears all over Miami?
Yeah, I believe so.
Kind of like the Jeff Koons balloon dogs, but gummy bears.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
yeah. I think
My
that I do
I think
believe that was
so.
this. I believe that was who. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look back at that now and make sure to verify. But yeah, no, I'm very, very, very sure.
So the
well,
internet, man. Nobody does
yeah.
any research.
So yeah, so that was cool, and then from there I just started, like weaving it in and out, making a lot of mushroom art and doing a lot of what I when I got in the space I was heavily I'm still heavily skewed towards mushrooms, which is why it's Metamushrooms is the brand. So not all of the art has necessarily has mushrooms in it, but a lot of it does. Let's just say that. Um,
I think it's really cool. Psychedelics, hallucinogens, whatever you want to call them, has come up many times in this space. Obviously, we've had Paper Buddha as a guest, and numerous other people that partake, and I have in the past, and it's really
mhm.
cool. And I have recently too, because up in here, Canada, where like mushrooms are basically legal as far as anybody's concerned anymore. It's like just moments away. They're using them openly, medicinally, and you can order them straight to your door now. It's fantastic. I think it's something that everybody should try. And also understanding when I do say this to anybody that's never experienced it, you don't necessarily always have to go head first, jump in, and you've got to be on the big magical trip. Sometimes the microdosing is where it's at too. Just having that little fuzzy warmth all around you, that glow.
Yeah, uh, that's the thing. And when I did the LSD the first time, it was definitely an eye-opening experience, mind expanding from that standpoint. It wasn't like such a heavy trip, but it was enough to let me see like how you see like the portal in a science fiction. Before you see the portal, you see like a fuzzy, thing in the air, and
Yeah,
you're like, I think there's something there.
little
And you get
house.
closer to it, and it's like, but then if you take like 10 hits, you just like step through the damn portal and you're in some other world. No, but the same is sort of like you said, true with the shrooms. But I do think it connects us to our natural instincts. We one of our you know one of my experiences was to um, be out in nature and took a lot, and I sort of needed to you know uh, I wasn't feeling good, my stomach wasn't feeling good, I knew what it was, kind of wasn't confused about it, but I needed to find a place, and I was like over to like throw up or whatever, and I was like over here, over there, and I sort of like in my mind I felt like what would a dog or animal do? They would sniff around, you know, and I found the right place. It felt great. It reminded me to be in it from that point on. I always would like never forgot this moment that like we have instincts. Maybe our instincts are more powerful than we know, and how can we try to tap into that? I
Yes.
think that's the idea. I hope if people can find that through the use of psychedelics, maybe that's a good first step. Is that we cover them up with things. We cover up instincts with like smells, with perfume, or whatever it is, fake things. So open your refrigerator and smell your food, and then don't tell. It's not weird. It's good.
Yeah, I think people should. Oh, I got the wrong headphone. Hang on one sec. I had an echo in my head. Nobody else had it, but I had it. I was going to say that I think I've been learning definitely in the last year and a half, 2 years. I need to trust my instincts. I've ignored my instincts way too much, and I like what you said there. I mean, people do, and maybe that's the way that some folks can definitely tap into it, right?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, and mushrooms, like you have to do them in the right set and setting. Obviously, it's not something to be totally taken lightly or in the wrong if you're in the wrong place. So they have to be respected, of course, um, and you don't always need to take them all the time, but occasionally it's good to get a reminder. Uh, but like you said, like it could be like a small, like dose, which is be a microdose, and that could be enough just to yeah, to bring you back there.
Yeah, that's something I only realized in the last few years. Well, I was when I say last few years, probably last 10 years, because back in the day when I was young teenager and doing it, I was always it was like, let's go. Like, I wanted the full meal deal. I wanted to see some tracers, some colors. Maybe occasionally talk to a garbage bag and have a really good conversation with it.
Moderation's not here, man.
Yeah, no, and that was the way it was. And I remember I remember one time back in the day. By the way, folks, this isn't mushroom taking financial advice. Just for you folks in America. But I remember back in the day we had done these mushrooms at a buddy's place, and like hour later, hour and a half, we're like, dude, like weird, like these obviously just not real mushrooms or whatever the hell was going on. So another buddy came over and he's like, hey, I got tabs. You guys want to drop? We're like, yeah, these mushrooms aren't doing anything. So we all dropped a tab. And then, no word of a lie, like 10 minutes later, we're like, uh-oh. I think the mushrooms are finally kicking in. So we had this journey with the mushrooms that came in late. And then once the acid kicked in on top of it, it was just like the most out of this world experience I have ever had in my life. It wasn't bad. It wasn't horrible. It was the first time that I had ever went to a nightclub doing anything like that. Because, like you said, like Kush said earlier, being in a comfortable place is very important when you do this stuff, and because you can go bad really quick. You don't want to go through a haunted house after you've done some mushrooms. Maybe there's some people that want to do it, but it doesn't seem like a good idea for me. But yeah, that just kind of brought that story. I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah,
When
microdose.
you were at the club, did you feel, and you felt comfortable? You were with friends and you were dancing, and
Dude,
the heat was warm and it was undulating and pulsating and vibrating, and
the
it
lights, the sound, it was awesome. So it was really funny that
sounded
night.
awesome.
Yeah, that night I actually, when I was on the dance floor, I just went out there with a beer, and I just like went up against this pillar that was on the edge of the dance floor, and I just sat there and took it all. Like the sound, like you said, the sound, the feeling, the lights. It's what I mean. I'm a production guy myself. Like, I love live production. I love seeing a good light show. And I mean, we're talking in the '90s. I mean, if you had a good light show in a bar, you'd be really damn lucky. But yeah, I was taking that all in, and it was a really funny part about this is this dude that I knew that was a big cocaine user came up to me and looked at me, and he goes, man, you're fucking crazy, man. There's no way in this world I would be on fucking mushrooms and acid. You're totally whacked putting that stuff in your system. And I just remember consciously looking at him and going, like, dude, you're telling me about what I'm putting into my system right now compared to what you're doing? Like, I don't know. But just thought it was funny. But yeah, it was a good experience. I've never had a bad experience. But that's
Yeah,
the microdosing was a more modern thing for me, and I dig it. Like, I dig just getting that little halcyon, warm fuzzy feeling going on. It's wicked. It's everybody should enjoy
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, and like I think it's getting to where they're starting to relax a little bit on the criminalization of the mushrooms, so that's good, at least out here. And I know in some other places in the country, in the United States, they are relaxing it a little bit, and so that's cool. Hopefully they'll that's part of it. Um, I don't want to get too like conspiratorial or anything, but the there's interests that um, in the that are greater than what we have on our side, that want to keep some of this stuff suppressed. And it's getting harder because those people are aging out and more people know what's up finally. But entrenched interests.
Are you talking about like the men who stare at goats kind of stuff?
No, like I'm talking about like medical the systems, and
you're talking about like Big Pfizer.
Yeah,
I'll shit on Big
right.
Pfizer all day.
Yeah, like these people, want to big pharma or whatever, want to keep the really good stuff out of the hands of the people. That's the bottom line. And so it's sad, that part is sad to me. But so I hope that unlocks, they come around to it finally. It's like I looked at a map of the US where like states that have legalized weed, and there's only like 2 left where it's like red. I'm just like, what's wrong with you people? What are you waiting for? Let's go. Right. Obviously. So it's kind of funny.
Obviously,
but,
it's cool. The rest of the country hasn't like killed each other. Well, that's a different story, but
that's another story.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely, and that's like up here in Canada, like that's, I mean, they legalized weed and it just opened the door, and it's great. It's been fabulous, and like I say, the mushrooms there's in my city here, there's a clinic that they opened up. It's a big major deal that they're dealing with PTSD and all the other kinds of stuff with mushrooms. And like I said, mushrooms are we're on the doorstep. You're going to hear it very, very soon up here that it'll be fully legalized. Well, one of our western province, British Columbia, just legalized having small amounts of hard drugs, just to make they kind of did that as part of the criminal thing, but also because you don't need to throw people in jail for having a little tiny bit of whatever they choose to do, right? You need, right. But there's also a company out there that is now legally producing cocaine on the West Coast in British Columbia. So,
wow.
If that's not coming around, I don't know what the hell is.
Well, I mean, like, are they going to put it back in Coca-Cola?
I was going to say the same thing.
That's what I'm waiting for. That's when I'll start doing it, when they put it in Coca-Cola.
Well, Coca-Cola's waiting for that too.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say Coca-Cola is waiting for that too.
Yeah. No, I ask for it at the dentist office every time. I'm like, you got any of that good cocaine paste? Give me that and some nitrous stat.
And then they're like, we can't give him anything more than T2s. We're worried about him.
Yeah. I took 100 milligrams of THC before I came in here. It's great. Yeah. I mean, what we have here is so like Arcata, where I went to college, they have decriminalized it, so it's easy to get there. Pretty funny. And you can get chocolate bars. That's what most people get right now, I've seen, of the mushrooms at least. And yeah, and so it's cool, like I hope they come around and it happens sooner than later. I remember being in the quad at Humboldt, and shit, I'm blanking right now, but we'll come back to it.
Circle back.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna say, like they were having like a rally for NORML. Was there for like doing the rally for legalizing, and like you just, I don't know, it's great that it finally came around. That's all I'm saying. Legalizing the weed, that one always cracked me up. Yo, it's a plant. What the fuck?
Gross. Absolutely.
Well, Mother cocaine.
Well,
heroin.
It's a processed plant. Processed.
Processed, yeah. So you guys are in the Great White North, all of you.
No,
WX, is that what that means?
just myself. I'm the only one. Willie's out there on the West Coast with y'all.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm down here in Southern California.
Because like when we were growing up, the Great White North, we did Take Off to the Great White North.
Yeah, it's a
Bob and Doug McKenzie.
Right, it's a beauty way to go.
It's a beauty way to go. That's right. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking
Yeah.
about.
We're gonna open up some moose heads later.
Fuck yeah. Let's
Yeah.
go.
I got my toque ready to go. Hey, I got my toque ready to go.
We can play Beer Hunter.
Yeah. Shit. That's right.
It's like
And,
I got mad respect for the American states that are all close up to the Canadian border. I mean, even California, you're close enough down there for sure. I mean, you got enough of us kicking around down there, but like it's mad respect because I always call them they're honorary Canadians because like especially when you look at like people like in northern Montana, like you're basically disconnected from America. Like you might as well be a Canadian.
I kind of grew up on BC bud.
Nice.
So, I mean, we had a lot of BC bud when I lived in Seattle and went up north up there, and yeah, you got to know the name of the bud from where you smoked it. When it was back then, it was the local. You smoked some Jamaican.
There's
or
Niskete,
you got the Humboldt. Now they have these fucked up names. I can't hang with them.
Right.
Sorry.
I know, and that's why when I haven't grown in a couple years now, but I grew for many years, and like I always when I started growing, and I'm looking at seeds, I'm like, what the F is all this, man? Like, what's going on here? So my good old standby was always Blue Dream. And I still to this day, like I probably have 30 Blue Dream seeds sitting in my container, because it was a good, I remember getting it when I was in high school, and it was a consistent thing, like Blue Dream, but it's like now, like all these crosses and everything, it's like, what?
Yeah.
Is it,
yeah.
Is it indica or is it sativa? Okay, let's just go with that, man. But yeah, like no, some of the, it's wild. Like I'm, what the hell am I smoking tonight? It's champagne. Oh, I can't remember. The bag's not here, but
I will say one thing. I love the orange and the citrus flavored weed.
Yeah.
So I still smoke flower. I still smoke it out of a bong, and I do miss the skunk #1. I'm just putting that out there, Paper Buddha. So if you can get me one of them plants, that'd be great. I need like a crop of skunk #1, like stat. But I heard, like I have to go to Amsterdam for that shit, get seeds for that.
Well, you should be able
it's hard to get the real, because the cross has been crossed out.
Right.
I mean,
there's a seed seller in Eastern Canada. I'm going to check with him now. I wrote that down. I'm going to go check with him and see if he's got, because I know he gets
probably ain't the same as I remember now that I've smoked whatever they rocket shit I got now. I'm like, this is skunk #1. Damn. No, but I do like the smell of it. If it still has that smell, it's hard to find that anymore. Like really good skunky weed.
But like
it's all been crossed out.
I like to call that. Me and my buddies from back, we always called it weed. That's what when it smells just that way when you open the bag and when you light it up, it's like, no, that's weed. I know what you're talking about. It's just that's weed.
Yeah,
weed, man.
I mean, my parents' neighbor still grows some really dirty dirt shit.
Well,
Back to
possibly. Has it been sprayed with anything, like DDT or something like that? That would be cool.
That's
no,
like the old Mexi.
It's usually so dry from like sitting outside in a poorly stored container that it's unsmokable by the time you get it.
Well, maybe maybe the seeds are better after you use from that.
Stronger, maybe they'd be stronger.
I'm
stronger plant. When you talked about like the oranges and Willie and I got Willie tapped onto a Dynavap. They're I guess you would call it an analog vape. So
dry herb vape.
Yeah, so you put the dry herb in and you use a torch, or Willie I think has the fancy fucking, but it clicks right and it's a vaporizer. But it's like I told him when we were talking about originally before he got one. It's like the flavor. That's what I like the most. I find the most with vaping dry flower is that you really maintain that flavor. And I'm big on the lemons, like a lemon haze or whatever. Like I love the
Yeah.
nice, the citrusy, as you said. Like those are my favorite flavors.
Yeah, yeah, it's good. That's the only thing that I guess you could say that and the potency is good too these days.
Oh, but the potent, that's off
You
the
know,
hook.
potency is good. So yeah, really enjoying this orange one, and I also have another one that I switch back and forth between. It's called Gasberry Truffle. If you can find that strain, that's a tasty.
That sounds hoity-toity. Gasberry truffle. Would you like some
The-
gasberry
yeah.
truffle
Yes, but of course.
with some Grey Poupon?
Yeah,
Um,
with some great Poupon on it.
That's
Yeah,
that's the one.
it.
It's that I find is the one of the most amazing things about the legalization is actually getting, because I'm a wine drinker. Willie's a wine drinker.
Yeah.
And there's a few other people in here that are wine drinkers, and like, once I learned how to appreciate wine and taste that kind of stuff, and it transfers over to beers and whiskeys and all that. But once I learned like the flavors, like in getting it in, and that's with the legalization of marijuana, it's finally you get to try them to
Yeah.
be able to compare them. Like when I get, whenever I get my stock ups, I always get 4 different kinds because I can't smoke an ounce of the same shit, until the end of the bag, because then I get tired of it, right? So I like to switch it up. But like it's
You just went from fuck this, give me my old school strain back. I just want my one strain to I really love having
Yeah.
all these new strains.
no, well, no,
That's
not
right.
not
I
having.
try everything.
No, it's not having the new strains. It's having the ability to switch between strains. It's not all the new strains. It's the ability to being able to switch through the strains and really appreciate them.
I just thought it was funny.
Yeah. Thanks, Willie. Thanks for pointing out
We're,
that.
we're like kids in a candy store.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like kids in a candy store now. That's the way it feels to me, though. I do feel like I didn't go for the Gasberry truffle because of the name, and I almost didn't go for it because of the name. But after I smoked it, man, oh shit, I was like, I'm fucking, you guys got me with this now. So, but I'm also mixing in some nice hash with it too to kick it up a notch. I got some of this Temple Ball hash that you'd like to know that it's like real old school style. It's not that powder we get now, which I don't understand. They're selling me powder. They're like, it's like it's obviously it's keef, and they're going like it's hash.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, yo, dude, I've seen hash. Okay, let's fucking. Why don't we go to fucking whatever? I don't know. I hope maybe I hope I'm not speaking out of line. Paper Buddha, you can correct me if I'm wrong with this, but like yeah, I mean, it is weird. Like I don't understand what that is, but I'm also like maybe I'm just a boomer. So yeah, hash brown knows what I mean. I need like the brown, the hash.
Clay. It looks like clay, man. Looks like you could make. I remember making little gingerbread hash man to put in my pipe and smoke.
Yeah, or whatever it is, you got to fluff it, and you got to fluff it first. God, I know. Anyway, it's an art to smoking the hash, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not. I mean, like some people, but anyways, so I like to mix it with a little hash too.
You've inspired me. I just realized that like I have not had a bong in probably about 6 years.
Well,
I need to get one.
Yeah, you might like it for every now and again.
Well, I'm looking around. Well,
Yeah.
no, yeah, bongs were very pleasurable. I mean, they were a great way to I mean, it was nice because it was cooled down by the time you got to it. And it kind of filters out a little bit of the crap, and the flavors were always good in a bong. I mean, for sure.
Yeah. And this one has a place for you to put ice in it,
Well, that's nice.
so you can really cool it down. It's nice.
Ice is
got a little
nice.
Ice catcher.
I'm looking around I'm in my creative mess of a room here, and I'm looking around, and it's like, well, I see some tubing over there, and I see a couple mason jars over here. It's like by the end of the show, I'm smoking out of a bong, people. I mean, come on, that's where anybody that smokes.
There's a 5-gallon water bottle. Let's see.
Oh, I got this, dude.
Gravity.
I got that. I mean, come on, let's face the facts. Marijuana made so many people so goddamn creative. Like, come on, anybody in here that has consumed marijuana back in the day when they were younger, or does today, like, come on, everybody's created a pipe or a smoking utensil out of stuff.
And I'm sure most of those actually came on to be mechanical engineers.
Probably, right?
Yeah, I've definitely made a bong out of just about every single thing there is to make a bong out of. Made the gravity bong. I've made a bong out of a flashlight. I've made a bong out of every kind of fruit. You know, if you just have a down stem, a glass down stem, it's really handy for that. Plastic water bottle, you can just like fashion into a bong pretty quickly. But yeah, like I'm not. Yeah, like I don't know why I'm so obsessed with the bong, but I don't really roll joints. Although I do now when I travel, I roll my own joints because I don't like to hit a vape because it kind of like feels like I'm coating my throat with oil, but and it doesn't get me the same high. I don't know what it is, but maybe I'm. And everyone's like, "Oh, you're not doing it right," or you got to do dabs, and you got to have equipment. I'm just like,
No,
fuck that.
I highly recommend the name that I won't name until they start paying me.
The Dynavap.
Yeah, yeah. Like, I was gonna say, like, are you promoting this because how can I get
No, I won't say it until they start paying me. But I do recommend it.
Sponsors, you just need to ask.
Right.
And so you say, send one to KUSH, and then we'll say you're sponsoring us. No,
there we go. I'm all right with that.
And then
I'm just kidding. Then I'll say send one to One Wheel Willie, and I'll sponsor you.
Right.
On my next, I'll put a vape in my next
piece of art.
There you go.
In my next piece.
Totally.
So it's good to we're getting down to the nitty gritty here on the vaping and the weed stuff, which is cool. I definitely can go there. I can go there. It's all good, and wine too. I do like good wine. We actually the Mrs. KUSH and I go on dates to the wine shopping, but first we drink a lot of wine and then we go wine shopping. I don't know if that's good or not, but it's fun.
Well, it's better than going thirsty, I think.
We go late night wine shopping.
You said you're up in the Bay Area?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hash Brown's down there just started working at a winery that's like straight out of the 1800s.
Oh, nice.
At least their labels are. I've been with them all day on that.
Jesus.
But yeah, we have a winery up in, or not a winery, we have a label up in Santa Rosa.
Oh, very cool.
We source a lot of Sonoma fruit and everything up there, and we have a label up there. So,
which is Willie.
Next time you're getting a little adventurous, a little further out of the way, let me know. I'll put you in touch.
Right on. That's awesome.
And that's Intent Wines.
Intentwines.com.
Intentwines.com. And the Hash Brown is working at Hecker Pass.
There you go. I couldn't remember the name of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we're not too far from Napa, and we go up there sometimes. Not too often, but occasionally, and just to chill and drink some wine and bring some back. And we have a couple.
Stick to the Sonoma side. Stick to like the Russian River, Hillsburg, and a lot more bang for your buck up there.
Yeah. So I'll definitely like hit you up in the back in the DMs about where some other places you might want to recommend for us, because I definitely like that side of town too as well.
Yeah,
we've
for
done
sure.
a lot over there.
Yeah, we've got other friends who are at different wineries and stuff way up there. All over the place. But yeah, we just had an open house tasting like last week.
Oh wow.
It would have been a good one for you to come up to. But
making
we do tastings and stuff every so often. So
Nice.
Really
That's great.
really small winery,
Yeah,
really
yeah.
small production stuff. But like
Oh,
every
that's
other
awesome.
month or so, I'd say we do a tasting or a pouring
Very
somewhere.
cool.
Dope.
Yeah.
I'll for sure let you know the next one that comes up.
Rolls along. I want to come to one. Um, just for those that are new popping into the space, I see Proteon down there, Juliet Haas, and a few more new faces in there. We are speaking with KUSH tonight at Metamushrooms. We just got on the topics of marijuana and wine and
These
mushrooms.
are, yeah, and mushrooms. And I wanted to say, hey, Proteon, I'm about to bust out with the analog synthesizers. So no, I'm just kidding. I'm not, but I wish I was.
So do
But I'm
we. So
thinking
do
about
we.
them when I see you, whenever I see you.
Much love.
Yeah.
Yeah. So kind of get like we had a nice little chat there about the marijuanas and stuff, but kind of getting back to the art, circling back around.
Yeah.
So the AI, you're digging the AI as a tool, and you're digging using it, obviously, because some of the pieces you're putting out are great.
Thank you. Yeah.
Um,
So go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, do you have a most people we talk to usually use multiple different versions, AI versions, to get what they need, or programs. Do you have a preference? Is there a tool that you use mainly, or are you like others and you like to combine a lot of different things or different AI tools?
Well, yeah. So like, I definitely combine a lot of different AI tools together. One of the tools that I have, like utilizes Google Colab notebooks. So um, if you are familiar with that, within those Google Colab notebooks, there's a lot of different flavors of them. So that's where a lot of the so for example, you might have like one people use is called like stable diffusion, and you can use it, and then some are called like warp fusion, and VQ GAN plus clip, and you can use these things in conjunction with one another, and they have, and those, some of them are older, they age, so you don't use them as much, but you tend to use a lot of the later Google Colab notebooks, and then you might have some footage from one and another, and you decide you like the way they look together, so you blend them together. No big deal. And then a lot of people use Midjourney, and I use that as well. I have a subscription, and I'll use that for generating some images for things like, and then compositing them together in Photoshop with other images generated in AI. So, and then for the videos, similarly, they're almost all text to video. Whatever I type in was what comes out on the video, but then I do one more extra step of scripting through a spreadsheet. So
Do
for the videos, yeah,
do
I get a
do
little weird.
do you tend to like the older versions more? I mean, some of the newer versions are getting so realistic. Like, do you tend to like go back to the older versions because of the psychedelic style of your work, and the older stuff
Mm,
was kind of had this natural haziness to it, or do
no,
you just like, are there keywords or something that you use that kind of bring it back to that the way you like it, even
yeah,
in
I
new
think
versions?
yeah, I think in the new versions I can get back to where I was with the stuff that's sort of in the same, more or less, vein, by trial and error and knowing what's going on with these softwares. So uh, if I don't get it on the first try, like, you have to sort of iterate and make different versions until you get it to where it's, something that looks like. But I don't mind the progression. Like, if I look back, I was looking at one of my pieces today that's on Object, that is a jazz band on stage. and it's very abstract. It's very hard to get, to be honest, this style of abstract, like you said. My regular prompt would have been at that time, let's just say, a jazz band on stage with smoke and lights in the background.
Right.
If I use that now, it's like so damn realistic. I'll have to add a whole bunch of stuff like surrealism, cubism, minimalism, and like it was like 20s noir something. I don't know. Anyway, it was it, it had a certain vibe to me that it took very little to get with the least amount of words, like you said. And so, yeah, can I get that now? You'd have to spend a lot more time probably to get the look of, but you could probably do it. That's an interesting concept. But my big thing now is making custom models of artists. So what I call it is visual style sampling. And I'm treating it like music sampling in the 80s with James Brown's beats and hip hop.
Okay.
So what I'm doing is I'm contacting artists and I'm getting their permission to use their artwork in a custom model based on their art. And then I'm creating new artworks based on that model, either with or without their input, but more or less in a similar sort of pseudo-scientific method to the madness. And that is just that I'm doing it the same by basis of the fact that it's me doing it. So once I get done making the model, I test it with a certain sort of formula of prompts, like how well does it do with this prompt? How well does it do with that prompt? I didn't know that that's what I was doing until I got to the fourth person, and I'm like, okay, I'm making the Last Supper with this person again. I cannot wait to make the last. This is the way. Everyone is going to get a Last Supper like that. So we also have some of the artists are joining me on Zoom and prompting with me and watching the output and then adjusting as we go, which is sort of like we're jamming together. I consider it like, yeah.
Are you working with other NFT artists or other traditional artists, or are you working with other AI artists?
Right now, it's mostly all other traditional artists, so that who have a distinct original style, and they're all in the NFT space because, frankly, I'm in the NFT space and I'm not really outside of the NFT space. And one of the people within is who I've recently asked sounds like they're also quite heavily outside of the NFT space, which is awesome. I mean, I'm also outside of the NFT space, just not how do I say this?
Can you give us any names, or you're not ready to release any of that yet?
Oh yeah, totally. Like, for example, Pop Wonder, Ray, let's see, M. Poseco, Ernesto Ash, and like those are the first four people that have sort of given me their permission to do it. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody, but
okay.
You know, so the next ones are, I've reached out to some people who've told me no. And I've reached out to some people who said, yes, I would love to do that. Let me get back to you. I just think it's a unique situation. It's a unique time in history to be capturing these samples, so to speak, and being able to work with them, with the artists, see what they want to come up with. They don't all want to be involved at that level. Like, it just hit me that with Ernesto, we were already chatting quite a bit, and it was like I just had an idea, like a wild idea. Like I was like, dude, it would be wild if we zoomed and you prompted it, because you've seen what I can do by myself when I'm just sitting there with your art and your model. But how much more wild would it be if you sat there and watched while they came out, and you asked me to tweak it with your words. So we had so much fun. And so I'm like hoping to get to do that with some of the other artists as well. But you know, certainly it's like at their convenience. Some of it is, it's very, you know, it's just a labor of love. And that's what's like the most rewarding thing about this project for me, is it has nothing almost at all to do with projects or NFTs or drops. It's just artists having fun, experimenting and doing art, and nothing more than that for now. But I should say I did the Mpezeko drop. So there is a drop with 100, because he said, everybody put out a something, and we'll do 50-50. And I was like, cool, let's go. Mpezeko, I can sample that and do a drop in like over the weekend. Let's try this out. He's sort of carte blanche, where I didn't have to worry about what was he going to say. So it was sort of a test of the full round trip system. And it was awesome. Like I just, you know, I sampled his stuff. He gave us the pack. He gave the world a pack, just like I wanted. I sampled it. I made 100 unique works of art. I minted him on Zora, and it's out there in the wild. So we'll see. But I mean, it wasn't really about that. It was for me to test the idea of what. Well, okay, so there's another underlying thought behind why this, having your own model, is important for an artist who has some unique signature style, and that is that they can then monetize that signature style. So just like, you know, you might see like a million, you know, Mickey Mouse dolls. It's not like Walt Disney himself is hand stitching every single one of them, or painting every poster with Mickey Mouse's image on it. No. And so how do these artists, and today you can go to a store and buy a book, coffee table book with the grades in it, and lo and behold, there's the Mona Lisa. It's been printed and it's on paper. I mean, it's not the real one, but it's in your house. So I just think that, you know, anyway, I lost my train of thought. I was trying to make a point.
I'm with you. I'm with you on the, especially.
I was making a stony point.
I'm definitely with you on the Mickey Mouse side of that too. Like, oh yeah, you know, fucking Walt Disney isn't alive hand painting fucking Mickey Mouse figurines, selling the parks by the billions.
And that's where creating the model.
That was
creating
what it
the
is.
model.
It's like, if you're an artist, right, and you're struggling to sell one piece of art, but your art is very popular. What we've seen is this. As far as I'm concerned, here's what I've learned about art sales in this space. Take it or leave it. Take it with a grain of salt. Because I almost don't know shit, because I haven't totally made it, but I've sold a lot here. But here's what I will tell you. People get, it's the same as anything out there. I liken it to a band. You can release art. You can release, as a band, you can release an album a year. You could drop a song every 3 months, 4 months. I mean, and say you're dropping singles. You know, people don't really release albums anymore that way. But it used to be, there was 2 years between albums. The band went in and recorded. Then they came out and they did a tour for a year. You know, it might be like 3, it might be 5 years before you heard a damn album from a band. And now we're on a 2-week cycle of, here's, you know, like, I'm selling another, I'm coming with it every day. I'm dropping something. No, I mean, I don't think it's like feasible, like from a holistic, like mentally sane standpoint. It will drive yourself crazy trying to exist in this space, selling your art that way. Better if you can let AI create it and give you a break or let other people use AI and license it out to them. So licensing it out to advertising agencies, licensing it out to, because they're all going to be using Stable Diffusion and models. So where are they going to go? They're going to go to the model warehouse. And what are they going to find? They're going to find your art available. And if your art is fascinatingly unique, then they will use it maybe in an ad, and you will get royalties for that.
That's brilliant.
That's what I'm doing.
That makes sense. So now people, you want that look, that KUSH drops, like boom, the ad
Well,
agency wants it.
yeah.
We're going to use
That
it.
is a
I mean-
very different look on monetization as we've heard before, and I really like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
So
whether people agree or disagree with it, whatever. Like I like that you know it's a different way to look at it.
yeah, and so my guy Ernesto, he's made like so many. So I sent him a folder with like 150 of different images that I generated, and then like another 100 that we generated together, and then he's gone in and put them into Procreate, drawn over the top of them, and he's making sales, and he's getting the money, you know what I mean, from it. Where, remember we were talking earlier about coming up with ideas. It's hard. I don't even know how most artists do it. That's why I love working with other artists, because it's inspirational, gives you fire, and then you come up with some wild shit. I can still come up with some wild shit, sure, but like, all I'm trying to say is now he's also making some money. Instead of it just being me, we're now in a community. We're sort of in a band together, and we're supporting each other. And I'm just so happy that he's able to make some money, because where he lives, the money goes a lot farther. So and like I said earlier, I have a job that pays the bills, and I don't need as much to make the sales. So it's exactly what I had intended. Am I glad I'm also getting compensated? That was his idea. I would have been glad to have him just use it. In fact, I was like, dude, you can just use it. You don't have to make me a 50%. The idea is for you to have it forever and then license it out to people. But like, it's nice. We're doing them 50-50. It's awesome.
That's cool.
Yeah. So like, that's the kind of thing I'm really excited about. And, I do have this Magic Bus trip.
Yeah.
Which is directly related to the Ken Kesey experience. And I would just say that is like my inner circle of collector friends, fam, and community who have come along the journey of KUSH in the NFT space. Most of them have joined up and gotten a bus. Some people got a lot of buses. Wolfman's got a lot of buses. He's a heavy bus. He's long on buses. Thank you, Wolfman. And I've got tickets, and the whole thing is kind of like, I have, the ability to put together these big projects just on my own, and this one is like sort of like the pinnacle of the projects that I've done. It's got physical merch that you can get. You can get tickets that get you discounts to bus drops, and that are perpetual. You don't have to burn them. That's something that I'm sort of question the idea of burning because it requires more gas, and right now we're at a standstill with gas. So I mean, I just love the look of the buses. They each come with their own poem. There's numerous properties that make them collectible and tradable, or whatever you want to say. Their rarity properties based on magic mushrooms, the seasons. There's a poem that was written by ChatGPT, like right before it became popular. I wrote 400 poems with this thing, and
wow.
Prompted each one, and then I figured out I messed up, so I had to actually do 300 over again. So I actually probably prompted like 600 poems out of it. To put them in there, and I read each one and made them, try to make them like make sense, because sometimes they did not, and I didn't want that. But they're on a manifold contract, and there's a lot that you learn like doing all this stuff. and it's been really fun. And there was a lot of different ways that it could have gone, and I will just say that it's just going to be an ongoing thing with ongoing drops. In the meantime, I also have videos, and videos are my sort of highest end drops. I drop them whenever I'm feeling it. Sometimes they're editions, timed open editions, mostly lately, because I just feel like that's what people are looking for. I I'm not I'm a one of one artist, but I'm not selling like like I'm not putting one of ones of my animations out right now because I feel like it's like music videos. I kind of want more people to hold them that want to grab it while my merch booth is open, so to speak. So you know, I visualize everything as this is a show we're doing the show. Like you said, like it's a production, um, and most of what I do is conceptual. So it runs. There's a line that runs through everything. If you can find it, great. If not, that's part of the fun, I think. Um, but yeah, I
Well,
do. Yeah, so that's it. That's most of what I got going on with art. Um,
yeah, the magic bus, the tickets, they're dope. I remember when you started when you first dropped them, and I remember looking into it, and it's unfortunately I'm more of a Tezos person, and I just very rarely get around to the ETH anymore. But I really really like these, and like they're generated too, right? Like that you were talking about, right? The time of day, the poems, and all that, right? Like
yeah,
they're all different.
they're AI.
Yeah,
They're AI, but
right.
they're based on like what I was doing either that season, that time of day, and sort of like a daily thing. It's meant to sort of be like a travel log, and sort of like you know how anybody collects here is the same. When things speak to them or reach out to them, I mean, I think, and if they make a connection with the artist, uh, I think people collect. So um, for me, I felt like this was something that was really powerfully spoke to my personal life story of being on the bus, being on the road with bands, and having that sort of road trip life style that I led earlier on in my life. And
What happened? Holy fuck, we got rugged. Fucking rugged. Yep. Fuck. Yo, Fendel, man. It happened. We got bucked. That was a bucking if ever I have seen a bucking. I probably sound a little funny right now, but we'll get this back straightened out. Hopefully, if everybody could retweet this back out so people can find us again. That was horrendous. That's the first time that has happened in a long time. Like, big time. Hopefully everybody can find us again. I'm just doing some retweeting. Get everything back on order. It never stopped recording on YouTube. That's horrific. Willie, I'll make you co-host. And then we'll get KUSH back up here as a speaker. Hopefully I can get the bits back in again here. Man.
It sucked.
That was really great.
Oh, dude.
Well,
do you remember where you were? Fuck. Well, damn
I
it.
was railing on the NFT space.
Right? Yeah,
no, I don't know what I was saying.
That's the
NFT.
That's the first time. That's the first time that's happened to us in a very long time. Actually, we call it getting bucked around here. We don't use we don't use that other word. We call it getting bucked.
Well, I thought maybe I had, definitely probably outstayed my welcome. No, I'm just kidding.
You've never.
I was chilling, enjoying, just listening, and like, oh, what the fuck?
So the beautiful part about it is for those that listen back on YouTube, if people listen to the archived space, at least on YouTube, it will be consistent. When everybody got bucked out of here, all you hear is me cursing and swearing and trying to retweet out.
Well, yeah, I don't really remember what I was where I was at, but I think we might have been talking about NFT time. We might have been going down an NFT road. Can't remember.
Shit, I don't remember. Damn it.
Yeah, we were talking about the Magic Bus, and
yeah,
I was looking at Magic Bus pictures while you were talking about it.
Community, and anyway, it's a small community. It's a tight community. Like one of the guys is really, everybody is really cool, and some people have bought some merch. I was saying some people have bought some physical merch who don't even have any buses. My intention is to probably.
So I was looking at the merch.
Yeah.
Looks like we got a coffee mug in there, and then like, are the rest of those posters or prints or?
Yeah, there's some posters, and some T-shirts, and I have some token gated merch for holders that they can get either for free or at a discount for cost. And there's a lot that you can do with having that store set up, so it's been really, really good, but I haven't yet had the crushing need for it, but hopefully that's what being built in building mode is all about.
For sure. And you're doing a damn good job of it too.
What's that?
I said you're doing a damn good job of it too, I think.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
For sure.
I was chatting with NFT Buzz, and I was like, what is building, I don't, I think it's all the things that you maybe want to do towards getting your sort of presence set up and operational and ready to go for when there's people there, because if the window maybe the window is small. So and definitely the times have been, I would just say, tough lately, especially with gas. And so I minted something over on Tezos, which was the bicycle day drop, and that was the bicycle rider with the mushroom.
Yeah.
And and I have a lot, and that's cool. I'm really excited about doing more Tezos drops, especially with gas being what it is. I at a certain point I said I wanted to just um, focus on Ethereum. I thought I need to increase my position there or whatever. Like how am I going to increase my position if I'm always selling on Tez? For anyway, there's still that price disparity. So it takes a lot more work to get your and there's no super rare of Tezos really. I mean they
Well, there's
try.
Object One now.
It's not. I mean, like it's not the game. It's not the charade that super rare is.
Yeah, very very well said.
To compete with that, it's like, but I do see that there's a charade going on in some of these places, and it's very insular. But like I said, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, I found out a way to have fun here through doing something that wasn't necessarily directly relating to needing to be on a platform. And that's what I like about being on something like Manifold, but it's hard to do it when gas is so high. So they talk a lot about sovereignty when we first got in here, and people still use that word, and I'll use it in a joking manner. But I do have sovereignty the most on Manifold, and it seems like object. But today I at least saw one occurrence of I won't be on Tezos on my timeline, and one occurrence in my DMs of not looking at Tezos as a solution, which I just don't get it. If that's the big marketplace with
I'm not understanding what you're saying there.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Those are other people telling you that they're like just not
Yeah,
looking
like-
at they won't look at Tezos?
Yeah, like even back in the day, like I used to remember, like people would say, like I'm not going to be looking at Tezos because whatever reason that they would give, it's not the same. It's not the real. It's not. You're not going to be able to price your pieces at the same price as you can on Ethereum. It's
I think
But
there's a
the thing-
couple artists on Tezos that would disagree with that.
But that's the thing. You can. We
No,
recently
you can.
we
You
recently
can.
discussed
It's just
this.
the collectors are not there.
Yeah.
The collectors are not there, is what they say. So, but I don't believe it either. I've done them very well on Tezos, and I don't typically. That's why I question, like, what's the problem? Like, what are the options? Solana or something else?
Those statements alone, like, I mean, we do this space because we want to talk to artists about the art, right? We love the art. That's who we want to talk to, whether we know anything about it or not. We don't care. That's just what we want to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how what we've just been doing this whole time. So those statements there just tell me that those aren't people who give a shit about the art. They don't give a shit one way or another about the art. Because as an art collector, I don't give a fuck if it's on what chain it's on. You know what I mean? If the art's good, it doesn't matter what chain it's on. Like, now, if you're just looking for a store of wealth or a flip or something financial, then that's different. But those aren't people who give a fuck about the artist or the art that they're producing. Those are people who want those are the Sotheby's, if you will. Those are the people who want to use the artist to make their own money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed with that 100%. It's totally true, Willie.
Yeah.
And I just
Yeah, I agree.
don't have time for those people
Yeah.
right now.
I think the cool thing, I still believe it, and we've definitely talked to a few other people who definitely believe it and know it's going to come someday. But I mean, one of these days, you're gonna own, you're gonna have a Shilly Preston, and you're gonna be laughing your ass off when somebody's offering you like 1,100 tes for it because all of a sudden the people have realized, oh my God, these artists are coming out. You know, this artist sold. You know, a good example is you know, the Sotheby's trash art auction that just happened. Um, you know, eventually they're gonna go, well, had this Empress Trash, or Wonder Mundo, or any of the other fine artists, and then they're gonna
I
go,
have stickers from them.
yeah, right. Like, and you're gonna be all of a sudden, like, people are gonna go, holy shit, like this stuff originally sold for like $10, and like, you know, but you're gonna be buying it off of me for, you know, 2,000. Thank you, Tezos.
Yeah, at least
Yeah,
don't
this
offer
is
that. I don't know how much they'll sell though.
yeah, this is a this is an interesting concept. Um, yeah, you know, it's true. I wonder about that. Um, and I
There's
still see
also
people having problems selling their art after they've been on Sotheby's. That was one of the points I missed out on making earlier, was that there's a, or I was trying to make, that there's a saturation point. I was saying in anybody's art program where your collectors are going to push the pause button, so to speak, and go like, I've collected that already. Like, let's just say, you know, you have somebody, and I'm just talking about like repeat customers. You know, you're going to have some repeat customers, but they're going to run out of being, you know, I'm not an every time collector unless it's the Dead and Jerry Garcia. It's like I'm very picky about where I'm every time collecting. So I just see that, you know, you get up on a Sotheby's and you still have a bunch of art out that's not moving, because maybe especially in this space, this is maybe not, I could be just in a bubble here, but for real, like, I see people making what I would maybe, well, I'm just not sure if it's sustainable. Um, will all the $10 pieces? No, certainly not. Just like not all the pieces from all the painters are their masterpiece. But in other words, I'm not an art historian, but you can see from what's out there and what you know of collections of famous artists, that, and what you don't know of them, how many are out there. Now we're talking, you know, many more, and I've always been there's a point at which you can have an enormous number of uh, editions, and I think it's important for any artist to have an enormous number of editions. However, that will only mean that a certain percentage that were early editions of the same piece will be valuable. So this just goes back to, will the $10 piece be worth $1,000 is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to dispute it. I'm just trying to say that for like the artists in question, perhaps one of them will be. I mean,
right. And there's,
you know, and
there's
which
a
is
lot that
still
has to
good.
happen to get there, right?
Yeah, yeah, and it might not happen in our lifetimes. That's another part, and that's the part that everybody's forgetting in or not everybody, like a lot of people forget that the point of holding these things are for your life, and to maybe 3 generations from now, it's worth $1,000. Might take that long to be worth, because then it's worth $1 million 3 generations from now. And you're waiting, you got to hold it till it's worth $1 million,
Right.
which means your grandkids, kids, could
Yeah,
have.
but the beauty about NFTs and holding is it doesn't take up any space in my house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't have to have warehouses full of physical prints and physical
Yes.
paintings.
That's also too where also artists creating value for their stuff, right? Like that's where kind of like the burning unsold editions at some point in time makes sense, right? And then creating want for your art again later on down the road, and then getting new collectors and having them look at those pieces and wanting those pieces. I mean that that's also part of it too, right? Is hopefully the artist can create great value as well.
Yeah, and one of the things I've learned here in the space too is that if you look at, similar to the way they do on Antiques Roadshow, they have guy comes in and he has like the picture and nothing else, and then another guy comes in and he's got the picture, he's got the painting, and he's got like the letter from the person who commissioned it to the artist, or it's the letter that the guy wrote to his girlfriend about how he was painting the painting, and all this backup and then a sketch of it as well, of the painting itself on a scrap piece of paper. How much more valuable it is to have that stuff,
right?
And so like he was saying, better than putting out your piece every week and going, I'm dropping again, everybody, expecting everyone to jump on this open edition. Better to say, I'm releasing the whatever sketch from the last piece as a one of one to as another one of one to anybody that wants to be a completist, and here's a conversation that I had, a letter that I wrote to someone before I made the piece. I'm also selling that.
Right.
And together it makes something powerful.
Yeah.
Also talking about shit in spaces. He said even that, if it's being recorded, is a marker. So when I say I'm doing visual style sampling, and that's a term that I coined to describe the process by which I sample the style of an artist and use it, here it is. We're recording it and we're documenting it in history.
Let's mint that shit.
That's what I'm saying. But see, it might not be worth anything until people like come to recognize visual style sampling and KUSH as the innovator, willing to take this chance on doing this lengthy project.
We've kind of touched on stuff like this in the past, and the one thing that we came up, I believe it was when we talked to Empress Trash, possibly, was that some of the value will be derived from looking at that piece and seeing who owned it, right? Like, if I think the example we used was, well, if Gary V owned that that ape or whatever the hell it was, well, it adds that extra value to it for people that are into collecting that kind of stuff, right? Like it's like having the signed hockey jersey that was worn by this actor, like no, definitely adding values like that is big. And Willie is
Robert Redford in Slapshot.
Sure, yeah, right, exactly.
Is that who it was? No, it wasn't Robert Redford.
I was thinking Stifler and Goon.
I was trying to do a Canadian reference. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But yeah, adding that extra value.
Charlie Sheen and the Mighty Ducks.
There you go. Yeah.
Mighty Ducks
Those
1.
Wow,
Oh, what a
amazing.
movie. But Willie
The
is
original was a great movie.
Willie
I'll
is
defend the
big.
original.
Willie is really big on that. We're kind of like well, Willie and I we definitely both like seeing the processes. Like we many of the artists when we get to see a work in process, we dig that. Like sometimes those
Mhm.
sped up deals are great. You know, and Willie is a big collector of like he likes the sketches if people do sketches.
Yeah.
Last week with Rich Sanders, you know, Rich Sanders
Mhm.
mentioned he had a sketchbook of pencil drawings before he actually created his NFTs. And then Willie's like,
Mhm.
"Whoa, I like that." Right? But yeah, no, that yes, it all
Yeah.
ties in. Like
And
adding
it
Yeah.
takes every bone in my body not to share that with everyone else. But I'm like, this is a gift that this person gave me in the confidence that I wouldn't share it on Twitter with everyone. So I'm like, and you know, the less I share, you know, or the more trust I gain by not sharing that, the more people are willing to actually give me those like little snippets from the background.
but yeah,
Yeah.
but as far as
Because he
him
wasn't the first one. Chavevo did he's a traditional street artist down in Argentina, and we talked to him, and he said he was doodling the whole time in a sketchbook as he was talking to us. And I go, oh my god, I'd love to see that. And you know, right after he did, he sent it to us, and I sent it to Only Bits. And I was like, oh my god, I want to show everybody this.
by the way, Only Bits is nothing like OnlyFans.
It's a mechanics pay service.
That's right. Yeah, sure. No, I don't even want to fucking do that. No way, man. That sounds like a lot of work. But yeah,
Well,
adding those extra what is that? Provenances, I guess is that the
yeah.
right word?
Yeah, and the sketches, you know, like I was just gonna add to that is that you know, it's kind of like I like the acoustic version of the song. You know, when you've always remembered the band version that you heard on the album, and then suddenly you hear like, you know,
Yeah.
the unplugged version, and you go like, damn, that's even better.
Mhm.
Wow, you know.
Well,
Anyway, that's like
it
the
depends.
sketch, you
Are
know.
we talking like MTV's Unplugged era where it's actually like nice and produced unplugged? Or are we talking
No,
like
I'm talking like
just
4-track
B-side
cassette.
tracks?
Yeah, like, but anything broken down, I think you can see through the production to the genius of the song. Same with the, you know, if your art looks good as a sketch, you know, fine, good, go for it. You know, it's how you're gonna know. And then you can see the sketch and go like, whoa, you know, like that's so cool. Once it's done, you can. But I'm definitely into collecting the sketches and the early stuff from artists too. In fact, I did that with like AKA Chambo. I think I collected from his sketch collection. And one of the other artists that I like who does sort of a quick sketch style is Ryan Nanette, who's down there. What's up, Ryan?
You.
And thank you for coming to check it out tonight. And he's been a big inspiration to me. And I did some watercolor, you know, like exercises over the last year. You know, inspired by some of his quick line work with then filling it in with color. But I did it digitally on my you know, my tablet. And what's up, Kush Zombie down there in the studio audience? What's up? I just threw that in there. Studio audience.
I like it.
I like it. I like that.
This was
Back
recorded.
to you, Willie.
This is recorded in front of a live studio
I was-
audience.
I was just DMing with Ryan a couple days ago about whereas and cracks and
Oh, where's
things like that. And we had a little trip down memory lane on some of the old sites there. I
If
thought
I
that
could
was
get
pretty
out
fun.
some old CDs that say "Wares and Cracks" on them, I keep everything.
Oh, I
And,
do too. I got a
yeah.
stack full of them somewhere.
There we go. We'll make something out of them. I always wanted to make an art project out of my old CDs and stuff. Was gonna make a drop ceiling that was like out of old CDs and just have it be super reflective and trippy. But you know, I'm not in college anymore, I
You know,
guess.
Yeah, that might be too much for
dude,
me.
that so brought me back. I was like, yeah, man, I remember trying to do that. Like, I remember trying to do it at one point in time. But you know what? You know what the next level to that is? is each CD suspended,
Yeah.
and then that way it like
Yeah.
each one moves, right? Because I mean, when air moves, like they would all kind of sway a little bit and shit like that. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Like
Well, I guess it's
it'd
kind
be kind of like the back of a big Alhambra
of.
van. It would be kind of cool. It'd be like, yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
the good old. It was funny when you talk about back doing stuff like that, and you're not back in your old college days. But when my ex and I parted ways a few months back, she took the TV entertainment stand and all that because I was like, take whatever you want, just get out. But so I had these big old PA speakers that I had in the garage, and I was like, oh well, here we go. So I brought in these big PA speakers that have 18-inch woofers in them and everything. They're carpeted, like they're you know something for a dance or whatever. And then I had this oak plank that I had not finished or stained or anything like that, and I put that on top. And then I put the new TV on top of that, and I was like, and then I had my big old Sony amplifier that like weighs 90 pounds, and I put it under there. And I remember just watching a movie that first night, and I was like, yeah, I took a photo of it, and I'm like, hey, 18-year-old self, I'm back.
Yeah. 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 Definitely.
And then my mom came.
That's the way to go.
My mom came to visit, and she's like, "No." She's like, "You can't do this. What if you have people over?" And I'm like, "There's gonna be a lot of people that think this is fucking cool, man." She's like, "Well,
Yeah.
what if you start dating again?" I'm like, "Well, take me as I am, man."
That's right. That's right. You
Shit.
gotta have that filter. You gotta have the filter.
But now I'm looking in
Mine
the
was
closet.
mine was my unibrow. Just saying.
You gonna bring it back?
No, I had to get rid of it as
Yeah.
soon as I got married. She's like, the fine print says you tweeze. I was like, what? No, but seriously, uh, with the unibrow, you avoid any kind of bullshit, and if someone can put up with you with that, then
Right?
they're gonna, yeah. So
That's a great way to look at it.
yep, it was like anybody that would mention it was crossed off the list instantly.
Like,
But looking back, I also crafted a pseudo personality around it in the '90s when I was doing sound and I had to do raves all night. I was DJ Eyebrow,
oh yeah.
but it was the most eyebrow, like the letter I in the reggae sense, like I and eyebrow,
Nice.
you know. Yes, eyebrow. Yes, yes, eyebrow.
Hey,
It was,
bro.
yes, it was very silly. It was very funny. We joked a lot, and so it was sort of self-deprecating. You could say, but yeah. So there you have it.
I love it.
And I used to joke around in the space that's my that was a powerful motivator for my artwork, that I was bullied as a child because I have connecting eyebrows. But anyway, that's another shtick
Yeah,
upon a stick.
Upon
That's
a
a stick on top of a stick.
Somewhere you're like the Hulkster to some kid and go, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, like, or whatever. I mean, but people, like, I do. Let's just say, over the years, there have been bullies, and in my life, and I know about bullying. I have thick skin, and I've probably bullied. But I've been on both ends of the stick very harshly, in some cases, and I'm very aware of what that means. I have two kids, and I had thought at one time I might make a project that was centered around, anti-bullying, but it's too big of a subject, and it's too broad, and uh, yeah. So because I do think like people want to give back here.
It is one of those nice subjects where you're not going to get much backlash from it, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I felt like if there's anywhere like it's either going to be, for me, if I'm going to attach my artwork to a cause, it's going to either be through the environment, which I've done with some people, tried to pull that off, and then also, and then this bullying thing. I've thought sometimes, but where to begin? I'd like rather like just do it right,
Well,
but also by talking about it too.
yeah, that's where I was going to butt in there and say, like, man,
Yeah,
even if you just talk about it and mention it
yeah,
every once in a while, or talk to somebody that you recognize could use the information, that's where it's at. We're
yeah,
we're super big in this space. I mean, basically, I mean, with art, I mean, any artist, whether it's music or drawing or anything like that, it always comes with some. You've got to have that. There was conflict there at some point in your life. There was something that happened in your life, whether it was no family, abusive, bullying, or anything like that. And we found that a lot of this art and a lot of the peoples that are in this space, basically the world, when it really boils down to it, if we just look around, like everybody has those issues, and having people to talk with is important. Like, if you're not gonna go balls to the wall with an NFT project, or doing a Broadway production, or whatever anybody wants to do, then at least lending those moments and giving those few words to a person, or just shouting it out there in a space so that people know that, hey man, this shit happens to everybody, and we're here and we got your back, and look, we survived yesterday.
yeah, yeah.
It's a
And
good way to go about it.
so yeah, so I do. It's sort of tongue in cheek, like it's like that first world problem. Like, no, uh, the only thing that I could come up with is about my eyebrow. I mean, there was other things, of course, and they were minor in a first world, third world sense or whatever.
Yeah,
First world problems.
true that.
They were not that big of a deal in a grand scheme of things, but they're the kinds of things that shape you as a person, I think. And so, and we just need to be more. I think that's part of this world is just needs more kindness, and
Yes,
we
sir.
had a space early on when and I said um, something to the effect of I'm er, early in my life I used to say, like, I believe we could have world peace, and people would say you're an idealist and that it's never going to happen, and I still think it's possible to this day. I know it's possible. We just haven't figured out how to communicate properly or whatever it is, and something has to do with those, unlocking, suppressing those natural instincts. I mean, sure, maybe what if the natural instinct is to just kill your neighboring tribe or whatever? I mean, I hope that's not it, but
I mean, going
like we don't want to
going
unlock that instinct, but like we should see, like, we all come from the same source. We're all one unit. We're all one organism. Like, we all belong on this planet the same as to serve the same purpose, which is that of to keep the planet functioning, same as cells or breathing in the world. So why not work towards that goal rather than like some countries or money or something else? Like, we should figure out how the system works better, the natural system, and how we fit into it. Like,
Twitter owners.
yeah, like, rather than trying to escape it or hide it or cover it up with a salve or wash it off of ourselves, uh, we should embrace it. And I mean, I know it sounds like really corny, get back to nature shit, but I mean, there's a reason why, um, like some of this stuff is coming back into the forefront, is because, well, for the most part it works, and the other stuff, they're just finding that it's not as effective. So but more than that, I mean, we need to, with the right systems, we wouldn't have this out of balance feeling that I think is going on in the earth right now, and the earthlings and the humans are just out of touch with their communication abilities. So um, this spaces is the closest thing I can see to unlocking like some reality of a conversation with world beings. Like, it's so cool to talk to people on the other side of the world and go and get to know them, or hear them every day and see them come by and just sort of feel like we're all part of a smaller community. It makes the reality of that seem easier. Like, if we can enjoy peace here, where we just go about our day and go to eat things, and you guys enjoy peace in Canada, well, there's lots of countries that do not enjoy peace all the time, and it's difficult. So somehow, I don't know. Anyway, we're one earth, one love, one heart.
Let's get
together and feel all right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with you 100%. And this space, I mean, definitely plays into why Willie and I have been here for a year, doing these spaces every Tuesday on our own time, and our guests' own time and our listeners' own time. Is that it's nice to have, like you said, it's nice to have this group. It's nice to have these people that kind of feel the same, right? I mean, in this space that Willie and I have been hosting, I mean, we don't really talk politics. We don't really talk religion. The only time it comes up is if the artist, if it's in the artist's story and if it's in the artist's journey, that's what we talk about. And it's not really judged upon. It's not really, doesn't become a problem. Nobody leaves. Nobody gets angry because of anything. It's you know, the angriest thing in this space is always fucking Twitter.
Yeah. That's the only thing we can do, and we all unite against it, even though that's what we use as our main platform.
Yeah. And man, having like, and once again tonight, like this journey tonight has been amazing. I've wanted you on for a while, but we kind of just got around to it because, well, Willie and I are, I mean, we're flattered that we have all of these people that will talk with us and want to talk with us. And then finally, I remember we just kind of had a lull there where we were like, okay, well, we need to bring, who are we going to book? We need to keep booking. And I was like, KUSH. I wanted to have KUSH on. Like, let's do this. So I'm really stoked tonight.
Thank you.
And to have you on tonight has just been absolutely wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
And
yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and I was just gonna, throw out there too. If you got real world stuff you got to go and do, and you don't, you got to check out at any time. As I've told you before, like we tell all of our guests, you're definitely more than welcome to go and do whatever you got to do. But you are on the West Coast, so I mean, you got an hour on me. You got an hour on me. You got 3 hours on a lot of people here. Shit, Ryan, you've got 4 hours or 3 hours?
Or 3 hours in between, I guess, right?
Yeah.
He's like 4 hours ahead, right?
That's huge.
What, so, and how late do you guys usually go?
5 hours, 11 o'clock your time. Well, it depends. I mean,
that's where we've been having to shut it off lately.
Yeah. It's not necessary.
Like,
sometimes the conversation goes that long. Sometimes the guest leaves and we kind of sit around and chat and whatever. But we'll go 5 hours.
Nice. I have a whole set of music planned.
Oh.
With break beats and up tempo dubstep.
Good.
And it's all done by beatbox and vocally.
That's pretty cool.
Well, we might cut you off halfway through. No, just kidding.
Yeah, it'll take us straight through to 11. Here we go.
Beer.
Proteon. Sorry. All right, that was it.
I
got the.
You were joking? I was enjoying that.
You would have been dehydrated. You'd get dehydrated.
Don't get me started. Windwheel Willie. I can do the filter. We got bucked, but we are back, motherfucker. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
Right?
You don't
Dude.
get that in a chill space.
Hell no.
Whoa. You're not getting that when someone gives you 15 minutes to fucking talk and show your fucking art.
Goddamn no. That was dope.
You're not getting the raw beatboxing.
So I wrote down that timestamp.
That was
We can mint
I did
that
too.
shit. We can mint that shit when we got to, right? Yeah.
I did too. That was awesome.
Mama said, knock you out. I'm gonna knock you out. Mama said, knock you out. I'm gonna knock you out.
Dude. Oh,
That was for NFT Buzz. That was for NFT Buzz. Sorry.
Is any of your your music minted? And maybe there's some of your own music in your videos.
There is kind of, it's kind of silly. I have 2 tracks minted on Tezos. One is called My Opus, which is like a hip hop song that is sort of a parody of hip hop, maybe.
Parodish
parody. It's a slight parody of what I thought maybe like a funny, just made up hip hop song would sound like, called My Opus. And yeah, it's pretty bad. And then I did another one called the King of Ghosting. I only say it's bad. It's bad in that you know, I don't want you to think it's like a great hip hop song. It's meant to be funny and sort of like something you would find on a comedy album from Adam Sandler or something. So you just keep that in mind. And then if you find it, and then the other one is called The King of Ghosting, which is more or less about not what it sounds like it is about. And that's what I'll say about that.
And that's what that's about.
Yeah, that's what that's about. And so that one, so I play all the instruments, not very well, but just enough passably, just to eke out some shit. And also then, you know, heavily produced, of course, we'll sweeten it up in the mix. But I didn't always used to do that. The King of Ghosting was sort of like the first time that I ever overproduced something. And that's the only reason why I minted it, was because I feel like it sounds like kind of like funny to me, that how produced it is, well produced, compared to if you hear my SoundCloud, you'll hear like the rough 4-track mixes that we were talking about earlier, the acoustic music all the way through King of Ghosting. And then I pretty much all my musical efforts have gone since then into you know, NFTs.
Okay.
Which, that is to say that I've sold a lot of NFTs as music with that you can use in your own project too. That was a big thing at the beginning.
Oh, that's cool. That's I
Yeah.
like that. I never noticed that. Oh, well, that's kind of with the Magic Bus project too. Do you not? Can people not use their
Yes.
images? Right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. If you get one, you can use it however you want. So that's cool. But the music ones too, like at the beginning, first there was nothing called music NFTs, and then I came in and said, "Here, you can use this music in your NFTs." People were like, "What?" Okay, man. But a lot of people bought them, but nobody knew what to do with the music side. I think they just bought it for the artwork, so that was cool. So it didn't matter as much.
Well, someday those people will make a couple bucks because somebody will throw an offer out because they want it. Right?
Yeah, hopefully. But you know, I think like for me, I had always had 2 how should we say, levels of art works that people could buy if you came to my store. And the first one was called Metamushrooms. Like on day 1, I had 8 one-of-one metamushrooms that were gallery ready for your digital or terrestrial gallery. And I had shroom coins that were lightweight digital entertainment. TM. And those were things that you would play on your phone or on your mobile device while you were rocking with your friends at the bar or at the club, and go like, "Look, check out this loop I got from KUSH, metamushrooms. It's trippy," or something like that, like a tune, like you bought a tune. Did you hear the new song I got from so and so? It was only $2. Cost you $2 from iTunes. To be cool enough to own the song. So I thought, cool. What's cool is if you make a spinning coin.
Did we just lose something there? What happened?
Can you hear me?
Okay.
I can hear you
Yeah,
fine.
we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
No, that was must have been on my end. Sorry.
Yeah. So,
Panic.
No. So what I was saying is, I have shroom coins, and those had the music on it that you could use in your projects. And I will say that originally, I released a lot of shroom coins. A lot of them sold, and there was no. You could use the music, and then one day, in like Clubhouse or something like that, people were like, all have to have utility, and there's no way you can imbue an NFT with utility that doesn't already have it. So
Why not?
I said, well, watch me do it.
Yeah, why
Here.
not?
You can now take this, if you've bought it, and use it however you want. And so that became my utility on the shroom coins.
Yeah.
And that was in 2021. And that was one of the earliest things that I sold in February of 2021. I sold 1,000 shroom coins. And after that, I mean, I probably sold like 1,500 shroom coins all told. But out there, somebody holds a stack of like 500 shroom coins, and another person holds 400 shroom coins. Because I also, had to, all right, see you later. It was great seeing you, man. Thank you for coming. I hope you feel better. So somebody's just bouncing, but I had to tell them goodbye. So, yeah, bye.
Was it the Mario movie, yo? Was that who was bouncing?
It was a mushroom that was chasing him from Mario Brothers. I had to see that. So okay. I lost my train of thought, but speaking of Mario, I did want to say a little funny story, and that is that when I was a kid, Donkey Kong came out on the console, and I had to ride my bike pretty much farther than I'd ever ridden it up to that point in my life to get Donkey Kong on the Atari. And when I got home on day one, there was a bug and it didn't work. So I rode my bike all the way back. I got another one. I exchanged it, and then when I came home, it also didn't work.
Dude.
And that's a bug in the programming, not the cartridge.
No,
thing,
it was
right?
like the cartridge, was like produced with a bug. You know how it is, like on day one of anything.
Yeah.
It was day one. I wanted to have it on day one, so I rode my bike. Anyways, scarred me for life. I still don't game, so I'm not a gamer.
You're not a gamer because of that?
I love my old
I
Atari
think that's
games.
why I'm not a gamer. I've discovered it just this recently, like through Spaces Therapy, I think.
Wow.
Spaces Therapy.
But no, seriously. Yeah.
Please open up
I
and
feel
tell us
sorry
your
for you.
story about your problem, and we will solve it here on Spaces Therapy.
That's right. Spaces Therapy. And I discovered that, and like my kids, I was just bad at games. Let's just say that I never won them, and so I didn't have time for, and I couldn't do it. And then fucking Donkey Kong all at once, But my kids love the games, and I let them play as much as they want. I don't hold back. I'm not like that kind of parent.
Cool
I
dad.
let them do whatever the fuck they want.
You decided to channel that energy into trying to learn every piece of 3D software in the market that ever came out.
I think
I learned Unreal Tournament. I learned Unreal 2K. I learned Unreal 4K. I learned fucking Unreal.
You know how
I
to build
learned
games, just not play them.
I built a few games in Unreal. It was fucked up.
Awesome.
Your kids
But
may not.
the only reason why I built them was so that I could run around and do those jumps and on top of my band's logo and go like, and point at it and go like, look.
Dude,
It's fucking cool.
that is
That's
fucking
awesome.
really cool.
Also VR. I do a lot of VR. So I used
Of course.
I used what was it? Shit. What's the other one? You got Unreal, and then the other platform is there's one other major engine platform out there. I can't remember what it is, but I used that one too to make a VR game. I also used Unreal to make a VR game, but yeah, just test games, not a real game that you would play.
So
Just to see if I could do it.
this is a question I ask after I've had some guests, much like yourself, and I ask, so when do you sleep? How many hours a day or minutes? When do you
That's funny. I know. Like I lately, it's been really bad. It's been super bad. And like I have to again thank NFT Buzz for keeping me level and sends me to bed sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. It'd be like 2:30, and I'm like texting him like, "What do you think of this?" 2:30 in the morning. So yeah, like last night was late night because I'm just working on stuff. Like I said, same like to my wife. I'm like, if I have something, if there's something like I have to fucking figure it out, and I can't. Oh, I heard somebody do this thing with AI, and you can make the, I don't even the thing stick to the person's body so well that it's just like it looks so killer, and everybody's been doing it lately. And I'm like, fuck that, I need to do it. And so for the last like 5 days, I have, pretty much not looked at anyone, and everyone's been like, "Are you mad?" I'm like, "No, I'm trying to figure this damn thing out.
trying
why
to do
my
it.
textures don't stick to my person.
try to do it?
I'm gonna do it. I did it. It's done. It's all gonna be awesome. I figured most of it out, but it's slow as molasses, but it's okay. I'm having fun doing it. That's the fun of it. I stayed up till 2:30 last night, and I was on like Discord chatting with someone about how it works and why it was crashing.
Well,
And
is the fun part the staying up and trying to figure out, or is the fun part when it finally clicks and you finally figure it out?
yeah,
Because
it's like when it clicks, then you figure it out because it's like it's like a mystery novel or whatever.
You
For
can,
You're
me,
following a mystery.
It's like popping a pimple, right?
and you can
Like,
sleep now.
Like there's this stress
Wow.
until you figure it out, and it's like it's just this relief. You're like, oh, okay, there it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was trying to do something that involved some slight hackery business. That was like, oh my god, why isn't it working? And I have to do this and that and install this or that and whatever. And that was that fun. I thought it was exciting. I was like, oh my god, I'm closer. Each time one thing worked, I was like, fuck yeah. So that's the video game that I play. Like whatever it is, that's my video game, is figuring out these video programs.
Hell yeah.
So, especially with you and NFT Buzz here in the room, I was trying to figure out how to get a fucking Raspberry Pi to run a very simple piece of software to just display my NFT wallet from my wallet address, specifically Tezos wallet from my wallet address. I want a fucking simple piece of software.
I have like 10 Raspberry Pis right in front of me, and I've done so much.
Dude, I've got 4 or 5 sitting over here. Willie's testing our program.
Here we go.
Okay, we need something to display full screen Tezos NFTs randomly and for duration, and be able to play audio and video.
Yeah, I mean, like it depends on if you want it to be able to connect to your wallet or not. and that's another thing.
No,
But
I want it to pull from my wallet.
Yeah.
I don't need it to
Yeah.
connect.
If you want it to pull from your wallet, even
Like-
that, then it's going to have to connect to pull from.
Why? It's all public. Like I can log on to any computer and pull my object profile and pull up anything
That's true.
there.
That's
so I don't
true.
need to actually connect to my wallet. I just
Mhm.
need to know the address.
Like there's definitely ways to do it through a browser. I'm sure would be the first.
And so then I was because this started because Bits asked ChatGPT to write him something. I was like, all right, I'm gonna fuck with this, and because he sent me the whatever ChatGPT sent him, I'm gonna fuck with this. I couldn't find it because I couldn't find, like, there was a GitHub repository and I couldn't find anything there. And then I started searching some more, and then I found a simple piece of code for simple HTML code to be able to pull, but it was like pulling, and I don't know enough to like rewrite that code. But I'm like, it's got to be so easy for somebody like you or NFT Buzz
Mhm.
that knows how to fucking develop to just be able to just pull a random, like, plug in my wallet address and then pull random, and then like just have it display constantly, like just
Mhm.
constantly changing from my wallet.
Right.
It seems so simple, but no one's done it, and no
Well-
one's put it out there.
There's the token frame, which works on Ethereum sure.
If I had the cash for a token frame,
If I had
I'd
the
be-
cash
I'd be
in
buying-
the Ethereum wallet.
if I had cash for
Yeah.
token frame, I'd be buying laser loop pieces and proteon pieces and some really nice KUSH stuff to throw up there.
Yes. Somebody who got my last piece that was animated said they have all of my pieces playing in their token frame, and I was like,
Yeah.
back to the token frame website, drooling, I wonder how many I can fit on my walls. I can't afford them, but I wonder, would one fit here? No, damn it. Smaller desktop. Yeah, that's the way.
And Willie,
but
this
yeah.
came up. This came up because actually it originally came up because Willie found an old school app or whatever the hell it was. It wasn't it Raspberry Pi based as well, Willie? That original.
Yeah.
But it was from a couple years back, and it didn't support Tezos anymore. It only supported Ethereum. And I don't know if that worked or not, but
There was an app that you found out there?
There was one.
Oh.
Willie, what was it?
Yeah, but it got decommissioned and lost support. And
Like, here's my thoughts on this. I've been thinking about this same thing because every time I go to their website, I'm just like, this is dumb. It's got to be so easy. Even though they have the whole thing set up, so you're paying for the convenience of the app and all of that, and app connections and whatnot. Okay, but barring all of that, you just want to set it up in your house to watch your own damn NFTs.
Yeah.
You kind of just need like an all-in-one computer with it, and then you just.
Well, I mean, and then we were talking about burning DVDs and CDs and stuff today. I'm like, maybe I should burn this shit to CD.
I know.
PS3.
I'm like, I'll put it on a chip and plug it in.
Right.
Put it on my fucking PS3. It'll play.
I have my Chromecast set up on my main TV, and I just say, and it's set up to my Google Photos, and I have like, an album that constantly updates with the latest photos. It's so awesome. I could see the same way, like if you could just put them in a Google point to one folder that never updates on your Google whatever photos, and then you use a Chromecast device connected to and you just leave that on, and then you even get more info. You get it's just the screensaver, but plus you could then play music through it, and you get your NFTs.
Right. That's
so it's like something has to be built for that, like an app for that or whatever somehow. But yeah,
I think
and a lot of times, like, screensavers like that won't do. They'll just do the stills. They won't do GIFs or.
You're right. Yeah, so that kind of blows that
like
idea. Okay, forget that.
Yeah, and I've
so the other. Yeah, then the other one is this company called Bright Sign. If you look up Bright Sign, a bright sign player. Um, we use them in my I use them in my business. They're an industrial style media player, and I
Okay.
just say that because it's just like a thing that you attach to the back of your TV. So you would just then get any flat panel, and it also is a very cool device because it's highly programmable down depending on which model you want to get and how much you want to spend. But if you're talking about a Raspberry
Yeah.
Pi, I mean,
No, that's
if
where
you can probably, like if you can get down to where it'll, it has like a lot of inputs for doing, buttons, and you can externally program it to respond to things, and it's a cool device. That's all I'm saying. But beyond just being able to play back your media, you can plug multiple media things into it and section off the screen into multiple areas and do cool stuff.
But that's where I want to use that's where we want to use the Raspberry Pis, because the Raspberry Pi is capable of doing whatever the f you tell it to, right? Because it can play your music. I mean, you could make it play your music, do your NFTs,
Yeah.
plus trigger a gate unlock and lock, right? Like, I don't know, and it's
Here's
cheap.
been my experience is that
Within its
They're-
processing power.
they
Yeah.
don't and uptime they don't maintain. Somebody can probably refute this with some fancy or programming than what I did, but I will just say that. So what I tried to do is I tried to build a touch screen kiosk. I did build a touchscreen kiosk that ran. Basically, it was a Raspberry Pi in kiosk mode attached to a flat panel display, and people would come in, check in, but every time I would go there, it'd be turned off. I'd be like, "What happened?" And they'd be like, "Oh, it like tried to reboot itself or whatever, And we didn't know what to do, and because like when it would do that, like it's not like a Windows PC. If it crashes, you're hosed. There's some techie stuff there, and it comes up looking like pseudo this
yeah,
and that.
yeah.
You're getting a black screen with a little blinking
Unless somebody is old OG Mac. But
you're in trouble. So
see, I've never.
So that's the whole reason.
There is that.
why
There is that.
yeah.
But I'm sure there's probably a workaround around that. I mean, sure there has to be a reboot, an automatic reboot that you can. But like I used it for 5 years for my Christmas lights. I did use digital pixels in my
Ooh.
Christmas lights, and I would, for 2 months plus, depending on when I decided to take the shit down. Like maybe it was next August by the time I took a Christmas lights up, but I never had a problem with that stuff crashing. So I guess it could just depend on what you're doing with it too. But yeah,
It was
no,
probably the
fair
whole
enough.
browser and
But
the
sh-
app
but sh-
within the browser.
But you're very right though. I mean, when it does go, like it's not a point and click thing. Like if somebody doesn't know what the hell they need to do, you're not doing it to get it running again. But also,
And so yeah,
but yeah, like I just want I definitely would love that. Like Willie and I back again I would just love to be able to just connect to my wallet and randomly show or curate stuff that goes on a screen, even if I don't have a really crazy display. Because in my living room I have two. I've got a 50-inch and I've got a 46-inch that I use when I do
If
these. It's awesome.
If it's browser based, if it's lightweight browser based, then it's even better because most smart TVs and everything now have a built-in browser. If you could just like run it through that, and then you don't have to install custom apps or anything like that. Just fucking pull up a browser, and then it goes full screen. Plug your address in, it goes full screen, it starts randomly going through.
Yeah.
Like it just needs to be simple and lightweight.
Yesterday I watched many.
I'll host the fucker on my own server. I don't give a shit. Like for everyone, like for the world.
ChatGPT to give you the answer. You started saying you got ChatGPT to give you the answer.
It's just like, I mean, like anything. It's obviously it's got. I haven't tried to use it yet. Willie's the first one that's tried to use it yet, and he's run into a block, so it wasn't quite working out. But yeah,
I think it made up its own repository, that it was its own app and repository that it was trying to pull from.
Mhm.
Basically, I don't think it was pulling from an actual repository.
I'll have to look at it. Yeah, I created it and I looked at it. I've created it. I created it twice. I did it once, and then I did it again. And I was like looking. I was looking at it. I was going, well, I don't have time to really like focus on this, but this looks like fucking any other Python or whatever anything I've done with a Raspberry Pi before. So, but yeah, I asked ChatGPT. I asked it to create a flashable program or whatever that I could put onto a Raspberry Pi onto an SD card, and it had to do yada 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 this, blah blah blah, and told it to create me instructions to load it to my Raspberry Pi and to run it. And yeah, I did it twice because I refined it the second time because I looked at it the first time and I was like, no, this just doesn't seem quite right. But we'll see. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to totally work if it worked right off the bat, but we've heard people doing this. Who have created things like created programs or scripts that genuinely run right off of ChatGPT, right? So
Yeah, absolutely. And I've made a few already myself.
right.
Just not for Raspberry Pi, but as a test, I made some that generated mushrooms with the press of a button.
Cool.
Program that was in the requirement is it had to be in a web browser, so it made the thing. I also did Auto GPT, that one.
No.
Auto. That's the one that's autonomous, where you can like let it, let it go by itself.
Yeah, and then it starts arguing with you and telling you what to do.
Yeah, it's talking to itself. It's really funny.
Yeah,
it's like, it looks really neat.
It's neat stuff. It's cool tools. Once again, going into that, it's cool tools, man.
Yeah, I'm not scared of it.
No, I'm not either. I'm embracing it. I
Well, the A&R department used it over the weekend to fill out stuff for a resume.
Yeah,
that's
nice.
pretty funny. Yeah.
Well, there was the one time we did the one space where we focused on women for International Women's Month, and I wrote the opening to that space. I used ChatGTP, and then of course went over it and took out the oddities and made it a little bit more personal. But it was brilliant, man. Like it turned something that probably would have taken me 2 days, and it was like 8 minutes. I was ready to go.
Yeah, I entered a contest recently, a music video, and I wrote the treatment and an accompanying story using it. But it was definitely, like you said, not a one-shot deal. I wrote it prompt maybe several times, edited those together in a Google Doc, combining the best of the bunch into something more, sounding like me, and submitted that with the piece. So hopefully that'll help.
It's a bit,
but who knows? But yeah, it's really cool, and I do even like working with words. I don't mind writing at all.
Yeah.
And yesterday, somebody said, because what I've taken to doing is
forgery.
No, for every GM post, if I get a lot of responses and I want to respond to everyone, I go in to ChatGPT and I say, respond to this tweet with a thank you from me, sincere thank you from me. And then I basically copy and paste it with some editing and send it back.
Oh, wait a minute now. Hang on.
No,
that's awesome. That's awesome.
And then
that's awesome.
So somebody called me out on it yesterday and goes, like, you need to tighten your AI program up a little bit. That one was a little bit dry. like making a joke back to me,
Oh.
a little bit of a joke back to me, and I was like, oh,
It
nice,
was
good one.
tired. You were the 300 GM that day.
Yeah. So today I was like, fuck that. I'm gonna write them all by hand, just like I always do, and see if I can outdo myself even still. And like the funny thing is, I really feel that by doing the the Chat GPT generated ones, my newer all Kush responses are better, more jacked up, more Chat GPT. Yes.
I was gonna say, please tell me somebody's commented similar on one of your handwritten ones. Like, you need to fix your AI, bro.
They will now.
Yeah, right. I know. One of my handwritten ones, somebody's gonna say that for sure. Oh shit.
But
So
I mean, it's one of those things where, like, I mean, you still have to proofread it, right? So
yeah,
you're still getting ideas by proofreading it. You're still getting ideas back, and you're still understanding like different ways to read and write, not to read, but to write by reading it. So, like, if you're producing all those and then proofreading them all and then pasting them all, like, you're still retraining your own brain
You
to
just
be able to make it better.
I agree.
It's just like working with a writing partner. If you
Yeah,
know.
I
Denver.
feel like it's like Superman's, like pod when he travels from the planet Krypton to Earth as a baby. I don't know if you remember
Yep.
the original Superman movie. He's in there, and they're like, 2 + 2 is 4, and he just as an infant, when he gets there, he's like already got all the knowledge of
Jacked.
everything. Yeah, he's jacked up with knowledge.
Jack brain.
Yeah,
and
it's kind of like the equivalent of like a master chess player playing against Big Blue, like for the first time. In a way of like
you're gonna learn some new shit.
I know what, like, this computer knows every single move that there possibly is.
Yeah.
Now I know what it knows.
Yeah, and like I was trying to explain to my dad, like that I'm in favor of my kids using AI to write papers and do things, and he's like, why? That's gonna, it's sort of like similar to cheating or whatever. And I said, no, it's not, because they'll be more interested in the subject if they're really diving into it this way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I hope.
I straight copy pasted shit to write papers, like straight up copy pasted. I was at a very critical cusp of the internet where I could do that. Like, if I could Chat GPT it, I might have actually read more and not copy pasted. I would have had to at least proofread it.
Well,
it's so
so
like
well
somebody else
written.
copy pasted this.
It's so well written that it's interesting to read too. So, you might ask it some questions, and it's going to give you a very verbose, well written answer that's like easy to read or fun to read.
Yeah, and the vocabulary is good. Like it's,
Yeah.
and I mean, which is definitely something like Willie was saying there. Back, I mean, in the past, let's say 50 or 20, 30 years, it was getting to the point where you could copy and paste, and everything was becoming numbing, including teaching. To be honest, I mean, my niece and nephew never learned cursive. Not that it has a real handle, but cursive was an art form. But yeah, at least with like you're saying, Kush, like with ChatGPT, at least if you use it as a tool and you read how it does things and how it creates things, you go, well, yeah, there could be more beauty to what I'm saying, and here's how I can fill this out more as well. It's like my one sentence all of a sudden became 2 paragraphs. I love it.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Denver Donkey. We've had Denver Donkey on here, and he does. I don't know if you're familiar with him. You probably are, maybe not. But like he does. He does, like, I mean, him and his wife run a production company basically, and they use it. They use it to speed up the process. They still have to do their real work, but when they're making, like he was saying, when they're making bids on projects to try and get these projects right, they're using AI and ChatGPT to make the initial work a little bit quicker, just to see if they can get the job. Then when they get the job, then they go and do what they naturally do, and they've saved a whole bunch of time where other companies, can only bid on so many contracts because they have to spend all this time making these presentations, whereas they've sped up the process so they can do, X more contract. What was it? I totally got it. You guys getting what I'm saying? I just stumbled on my tongue.
I know what you're saying. It makes you more efficient.
There you go. That's the way
you can get a lot more done. I mean, and that's kind of like the whole idea. Rather than laboring over all the words, you put in what you sort of mean, and ChatGPT will make it palatable for people's ears and reading comprehension, whatever. Like having the best editor ever. Make it say what I mean, and then can you add this or tweak that?
Yeah.
And then it does it. So, rather than you having to find just the right words and vocabulary, it can get you there much quicker. Especially if what you are trying to do is, as you said, business related. Then it's especially
time is money.
Time is money. So. I think everybody should be using it. I've been trying, like I said, I've been trying to get my kids to really use it, but they don't. No, your kids never listen to you, so that's number one. But when it comes to stuff like that, I mean, like if you think it's cool, they won't think it's cool, but like until they are ready to think it's cool, and then for the most part, so
they'll have that moment where they'll be like, "Fuck, Dad was fucking cool."
Yeah,
damn
that
it,
cool, man.
Whatever. If your children, if your kids aren't saying that their dad is fucking cool, man.
I tried to just be they're like normal. They don't have much chance around me. I'm like, who is that when it's Bob Marley playing? You have to know who Bob Marley is. That's I don't know. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool. I don't know. Better than so they're well aware of who Bob Marley is, at least. I'm doing my job.
And I imagine the Grateful Dead, although you don't hear the Grateful Dead on the radio as much as you'd hear Bob Marley.
Yeah. Like they know who the Grateful Dead is, but they're harder to pick out of a sound. But yeah, they know, and I do listen to a lot. But yeah, their sound varies so much.
Okay. So I want to ask about improv band. I want to go way back in this conversation here, but also too, I was going to ask. I queued them up here. My Opus or King of Ghosting. Can I play one of those? Would you be okay with that? Do you got time for that?
Yeah, just not the whole thing.
Which one?
Which
one would you like? Which one?
Fine.
Which one? Or I could call up something else if you'd want to. But
either one. It's really just a minute of maybe My Opus, or it doesn't really matter. Just so they can get a flavor for what the comedy / I don't know if it was like full comedy. It was like seriously, I was trying to do something there, but yeah. So it was a vibe.
My Opus. We'll go with that. Let's go with
My Opus.
All right.
My stoner opus.
All right, stoner opus.
Before you begin, take a few moments to think about the purpose of your meditation today. Yeah. I always wanted to write an opus. Please make sure that you are in a comfortable position so that we can begin to work on relaxing the physical body. This is my opus. My opus. My opus. Yeah. This is my opus. I want the focus. Can you believe in Hopus? I hope us make it through this. This This is my opus. We must focus. I hope us all make it through this. We gotta make it together. This is my opus.
We got to make it through this. We got to make it together.
Yeah.
Shit, yeah.
My opus.
My opus. I didn't know that. See, it's one of those things. It's very funny the amount of times that I've looked at NFTs and just been clicking through things and like sound on or stopping and playing or whatever, like doesn't happen often enough. And it's been a conversation that's come up many times with a lot of artists that we've talked to. They're like, oh yeah, no, that's a musical piece. You didn't listen to that? Oh shit, there's audio to that. No, I didn't. And you go back and go, oh damn, that's cool. That's neat. That just brings a whole nother value to the. But it's kind of interesting because I remember seeing this My Opus, and just going, oh yeah, that's kind of cool, whatever, and clicking on, but then went back to it when you talked about it earlier, and I was listening. I listened to it for a second. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah, and like my sound varies. That one, I was okay. I played the drums clearly. I probably played most of the instruments on there, some bass, and I did all the background vocals, and I was just having fun one day. That's like and the idea behind the opus is like, or this kind of song where the trap songs where they repeat themselves over and over again. I'm not trying to be disparaging towards trap music. I'm just saying, like, they go like, like we're gonna get, anyway, it's a repetitive hook that I was trying to make. I was trying to do a repetitive hook.
100%.
I'm big into like doing one of every style. So if you go to SoundCloud, like that's why you'll hear King of Ghosting is a completely different song. And then there's other stuff that I do as well as remixes and some other shit.
Cool.
That's crazy.
Being flexible. I mean, talented dude. So, improv band. You said you work with, but you are in an improv band as well.
Well, I'm the sound engineer, producer.
Okay.
Yeah.
What exactly is an improv band? I wanted to ask that first time you brought that up.
I've pictured jazz. Like, I mean, a jazz session, like in a smoky bar, is what I figure is improv.
No, it's this one is actually a spontaneously composed, spontaneous composition, and there's a conductor at the front of the stage, and the conductor holds up a whiteboard. And the band is a different band every show, different personnel members that are from other bands that you might have heard of. So they're well-known musicians in the jam band scene, typically, or sort of jam adjacent, and it'll be anywhere from, let's just say, 6 to 10 people, and the conductor holds up a whiteboard and the band has to play whatever's on the whiteboard. Wow. And usually he'll call on someone to start the song and they can play a riff and then everyone has to follow. And then he'll write on a whiteboard where they go. So as opposed to it being a super jam, which oftentimes is just a lengthy, wank fest for lack of a better term. This is spontaneous composition where what you hear at the end sounds like a song. You get vocals that are made up on the spot, changes, drops, the whole thing. Sounds like a highly scripted song. So the band is called Everyone Orchestra, and the conductor's name is Matt Butler, and he was the drummer for the band that I was on the road with in the 90s called Djembe. And so we've been working together since like 1992. I recorded one of their CDs live in the Northwest, the band Djembe, and that was the first professional music release I did. And then we still work together today. And he's now the conductor of the Everyone Orchestra. with Everyone Orchestra, I've been fortunate to like mix on a cruise ship, mix with Phil Lesh from the Grateful Dead, and and so many other musicians, because every one of the nights is a different group. So sometimes it's the same keyboard player that we did 2 shows ago, and so I get to know these people too, and then I have a bigger community around me through being with this band as their sound engineer, because I get to work with these musicians on a intimate level, but they're not my band, but we get to hang out like in a low stress scenario. It's kind of cool. So so the all the songs are made up, and I'll bring in my recording equipment, and besides doing the sound, I'll usually do a 24 track recording and then mix it when I get home. A lot of these things can be found on like nugs.net, if you're familiar with that website. It's a website for live music, and also Bandcamp has a lot of my recordings on it, as well as archive.org has a lot of recordings on it of mine in that way.
Do you not like that archive.org has it, or?
I love it. I put them up there.
Okay. I mean, you laughed at it kind of weird. I'm like, well, what's your real thought here? Like, let's hear it.
Just because it's kind of like funny. It's like, and the free ones can be found at, well, we don't make any money on the music anyway. It's not about that. Everyone Orchestra is like about the experience and the getting together of these musicians to do something that's not in their normal, it's an improv exercise for 3 hours, like, wow, in front of people. And so
you have a lot of labors of love. How do you actually make any fucking money?
Well, I have a business that I run, and I keep that one like sort of on the side of the conversation, only because it's sort of ancillary to it's not like directly related to my art, but it is in a creative industry. Let's just say that. I'm a hair salon.
No, we don't. If you don't ever want to, if there's something you don't want to say, we don't ever.
I'm a hair salon owner. So,
for real?
people. Yeah.
I designed a hair salon once.
Oh God, I need a haircut. I'm coming.
But I don't. And so it's just afforded me the opportunity to, besides I like being in business for myself, and same as I think anybody here who hustles at NFTs knows that the goal is to be self-sufficient, doing your own business, either having your own studio or running your own, marketing, whatever it is, or whatever it is that you want to do with your art. Here you can live it out, and so for some it's more critical that they sell, and for me, I'm fortunate to be able to have fun, and it's given me what I would just say the opportunity to experiment more than most people would do, and fail more. I mean, maybe not. I mean, I don't want to say that's great, but you know how you learn so much when you fail at something.
You learn more from failure than you do from success, right?
Right. So I don't mind doing it and putting myself and my art program on the line to learn something, maybe for the community that I'm building here, and then transmit that back to them, who might be able to get better at what we are all trying to do, and then one of us will come up. So that's awesome.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. And so I've taken a lot of chances and been sort of an anachronism here, probably. Like, most people don't get my artwork or my art program, but it's okay. Like I said, it's a deeper one that's conceptual on a deeper level, like the whole my opus. I mean, like, you got to know that what I was trying to do was like sort of tongue in cheek, but maybe you like, but maybe you actually, but maybe you like it, who am I to say? It's sort of like that, like, I think in the way that Frank Zappa was funny,
comedic, but had some seriousness to his music. He was also being serious at the same time from a musical standpoint.
Allowing the collector or the person that consumes to make their own opinion of what they're hearing, really, right? Or seeing.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And then also, but finally maybe get around to reading the book about KUSH or hearing the interview and going like, that's why it's so like why he made his voice all low, because he was just trying to be trippy and funny or whatever, like not, it wasn't anything more than, or maybe they don't want to hear that, but still, it was, and of course, who doesn't want to write an opus? There's some truth to that. Mm-hmm. And I rhymed opus with hopus, kind of in a very Festivus way.
This is this is something that's come around now that, Willie and I doing this for years, that I really love the back end to all of this. Part of the thing is when some people create pieces of art, and the NFTs is like numerous creators have come on here and said, read the description, read what I wrote, right? Laser Lou down there is a great example where most of us would read what he has written down in his write-ups and go, what the fuck did I just read? But to anybody that's nerding out on it, that wants to know what he's doing and how he's doing it, he lists out what's going on there. He's like, this is what I used, here's how I did, whatever, and here's the tools that I used if you want to try and recreate it or know what I did. But like reading those liner notes is so damn important. Where was I going with that fucking story? I think I'll just end it there.
No, but I got you, because it's like this with Laser Lou's stuff. I mean, that's the one thing we haven't talked about. What all the things that I've done, besides we've talked about a lot of things, right? Oh. Did you hear me ever mention the time I did the lasers?
No. Let's
talk. That's right.
Shoot it.
You didn't. No, you didn't. See?
Oh.
Get it? Ah. Ooh. Just let that breathe right there for a minute. But there was that time where I operated like 13 special crystal lasers, and they were yellow in color at 2 nanometers, and they were in my closet. And then I shined them around, and I took a picture with my phone, and I minted them, and then. But I lost that wallet, so I can't get a hold of them anymore, and you'll have to just trust me on that one. But no, I never did anything with lasers other than saw Pink Floyd on acid and with a lot of lasers, and Roger Waters on acid for Radio Chaos Tour, and the lasers blew my mind to bits. And when I saw Laser Lou's lasers, I knew that I had found nirvana of laser nirvana right before my very eyes. And then I, found out that Laser Lou's reputation extended outside of Web3, and I was even like more flabbergasted than ever. And one of my good friends, he knows this, is like, it's like a huge Laser Lou fan, and just is super jelly of me that I like know Laser Lou, and I'm super proud of that fact because I give him tons of shit, and you know how it is with your friends. You just like. We're just like giving each other shit all the time. And I'm like, I was hanging out with Laser Lou in this bass is bad. Like, shut up. I'm like, yeah, we were rapping about lasers. He actually does a laser show. Anyways, so that's actually a guy who does lasers, but not me. I am not that guy. I have the thing that you use at just about Christmas time, that you shine around, and it's self-contained. I'm sorry. You're probably shaking your head right now. It's like, the thing, and it makes but I use it on Halloween. I make a scary thing happen on Halloween. And I try not to burn out my eyes with those lasers. So that's the extent of my lasers. I do not do lasers professionally, or only while under the influence. Thank you.
Shit, man, if you've ever been around somebody that's done lasers for Pink Floyd, I think you're good, man. I think you got your fucking
Yeah.
badge. I
No, I mean, I just was 16. I was on acid at the Coliseum
oh right, okay,
in
that-
Oakland, and yeah, it was good. It was tight. They played what, you know, it wasn't with. They were separate from Roger Waters, which was weird, but it was we were seeing Pink Floyd. Didn't matter.
I just a full
Yeah.
disclosure. As I've been puffing here this evening, I have my green laser pointer.
Oh,
And I've
Yeah.
been every time I blow out, I'm firing my laser on and I'm blowing out into the laser beam. Just to yeah,
dude.
yeah.
I think I just got an idea for a Laser Lou line of merchandise of laser pointers. Did you not think of that, Laser Lou, dude?
No,
Branded
he
laser pointers.
he is very careful about the advice he gives out, even of what
Oh,
laser
yeah.
pointers to buy, because
That's right.
they're
Safety.
dangerous. He's like, nah, I ain't fucking with that.
Yeah.
Safety.
Yeah, don't fuck with
That's
that.
kind of what he
Too
told
much-
us before. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to have your name on no lasers. Fuck that
Yeah.
shit.
When I
Yeah.
No.
when
Call them meta mushroom lasers. It's all good. I'm
Have
coming
you
out
ever
with that
seen one of
next week.
his setups in person, Kush?
I have not, because I don't, because I haven't been able to get to anywhere that these NFT events are yet.
Miami.
I know I haven't been able to get to Miami yet. But one of these days, and it'll happen. I'm more or less, I believe in an organic, natural timeline for most things, that you can't rush anything. And there have been a few events where most of the timing has just been all off. Like, I've been having to travel for work or whatever. It's always conflicting. It's so funny. And I have a family we're in a very busy time of our life with high school, college, and all of that shit. So, but once it cools down, I'm sure that we're not all going to just disappear into thin air.
Hell no.
So even though I have the King of Ghosting in my back pocket, it's not about what you think it's about. I always have to remind people. But it does sound like that's what it's about.
But
it's about someone else. Anyways, go ahead.
We got to read into it. I got it queued up. I'll have to listen to it after. When I first, just because we're on the topic of Laser Lou, when I first met him, it was in Miami this past end of November, and Willie and I went in, and we were with Mike Nash, and we all went into the show or whatever, and then I got separated from everybody, and then I was just standing off in the corner once I walked into the room where Lou was, and I was off in the back, and I was just off in the back, off on the side, and I just kept watching people interacting with them and just looking at the lasers, and wanting to get in there, but just kind of standing back and absorbing it all in. And then Willie's like, "Oh, did you go up and meet Lou yet?" And I'm like, "No, I haven't." He goes, "Well, why the hell not?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm just taking it in, man. I was there. It was the man, the myth, the legend. The lasers were there. The hazer was on." Unfortunately, his shirt was on at that point in time, which, for those of us, that know Laser Lou, he's usually shirtless in his closet.
Well, they made sure they had that venue AC cranked
That's
up,
right.
man.
That's
They did not want any overheating going on in there. They had it done proper in there.
They didn't want Bits taking his shirt off. That was the thing, right? If it got too hot in there, I'd have to take my shirt off. Everybody like, Jesus, put the shirt back on. Jesus, put the shirt back on. Somebody let a Wookiee in here? What's going on?
Yeah, so one of these days we'll be able to meet up with everybody and get the gang together. There have been a few, that I've had serious FOMO, but now we practice JOMO.
JOMO?
That's the joy of missing out.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that.
That's when you're happy to miss out on something.
Yeah, sure.
And know that other people are enjoying it and being state of joy, joyful, just joy.
Well, and the really cool thing is that people are able to share their moments.
Yeah.
You know, they
right.
You know, with us immediately. It's like we're there. That's the one thing I really like, that when people do these, when these NFT conferences and stuff happen all over the different places, it's like you definitely notice it with people's presence on, like, say, Twitter, for example, where it's like somebody that would post X amount of times in a day, or be active in different ways in a day. Normally, when these events happen, you see maybe one or two posts from these people, which I really appreciate, because anybody that's going to these events and like constantly posting and posting and posting and posting, it's like, man, put away the freaking phone and enjoy the damn event. But it's cool that
yeah,
we can experience it.
You can tell they're trying to create FOMO more than they're actually enjoying the event. It's more about like trying to hype it instead of being present in the moment.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Hell yeah. But we get to experience it. The modern technology that we all get to experience this stuff is pretty cool.
No, go ahead.
I'm going to do one more B-load here, and then I'm going to probably be on my way. But I just wanted to say thank you guys. And, I think I'm excited. I heard there was going to be something here in the Bay Area at some point. So I don't know when it's going to be happening, but hopefully they'll put something NFT related together, or digital collectibles for us. And then if I can't make it to something else, I will try. But it's been awesome hanging with you guys.
I got one more question for you.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna do a bong hit.
He's doing a bong. Let him do a bong hit, man. Jesus.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you want me to ask the question while you do the bong hit, so I can fill the airspace, or
yeah?
I wanted to listen to the. I wanted to listen to the bong hit. I'm
breaking up the weed here.
I wanted to listen to the bong
so,
hit.
You want
I want to do a bong hit too. With except for my kid might have a fucking broken arm. Apparently, the A&R department is telling me. So I'm gonna not do that right now.
Oh yeah, Dad.
Yeah, fun, right? So okay, back to the fun. So with the Magic Bus stuff, do you think, or do you know if comedian Gabriel Iglesias owns one of those? Because he owns like 100 real life Volkswagen buses, microbuses.
Do you know if he's into crypto and NFTs?
I don't. I just know he owns a shit ton of buses.
Yeah, I've seen. Somebody sent me his emails or his videos before, and I think that's the kind of audience that would definitely go for it. They're not. It's interesting. I took them to a Volkswagen dealership. Of course, they loved it. They want some. They're not. I said, "Can you pay in crypto?" They kind of like got their eyes all screwed up. You're like, "What? You want me to do what?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, just forget it. You can pay me cash right here, right now."
Yeah.
So I've sold a couple of buses to a tour company here in the Bay Area. Not as NFTs, just here you go. They wanted the buses, and I sold them the buses. And so I see a definite pathway beyond the crypto angle. That's why I'm doing the all of the merch and everything, sort of set it up. I'm going to be doing a coffee table book of the best ones that I got, and
that'll be dope.
And then probably gifting it to holders that have a certain number or whatever. I mean, I don't want to say what exactly or make too many promises, because people don't like that when you do that, and if you can't follow through on it, especially, and it is hard with what all we have going on in our lives. But that being said, I know who have been my closest and ongoing supporters from a sort of
keeping the studio open standpoint, and more than just the likes and the retweets, which are awesome and I love. The people who've supported me financially here, or should get something like a care package at some point. I think it's either like going to be the coffee table book and their name in the coffee table book, something like that. Even if they weren't a part of the Magic Bus project, like I like to just make things, and that to me seems like a great one. That even if you weren't a part of the project, but you supported me through other parts of my career here, could get that and still be satisfied. Something like that. And maybe it's, or whatever. But it's sort of like that's where I'm at right now with it. And then bringing out a line of maybe some clothing more seriously, like what if there is a Magic Bus depot in every mall where you can get Magic Bus clothing? Wouldn't that be a great reason to be a part of a project? Like, what if the idea was to start a brand like called Magic Bus that is a lifestyle brand that revolves around fictional,
and then I could go to malls and just like be outside there and meet chicks and go, hey,
yeah,
I talked to that guy. I can DM him right now.
Yeah, you know where they still have malls? In hot ass fucking Arizona. They still have malls in Arizona.
Yeah,
because it's hot there.
It's hot. You need to go inside and be at the mall.
Yeah,
for sure. So, but now so I think now they can be. The other thing people are doing is embedding them with RFID chips, and mine would be filled with mushroom chips. No, I'm just kidding. But the idea is RFID chips, and then you can scan when they come to your event, or and get additional access to things. It goes with Web3.
That's cool. That's cool. So, that's really cool.
So the shirt's got an RFID in it, and then if you that's like your VIP pass or something kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
and
fucking really cool.
Like tracks your, whenever you walk through the turnstile, it's kind of like, and you get like another 10 points, like if you were to enter the store.
Dude, that's gonna fly with so many of you Southern Americans. Just kidding. I like it. I think that's a fucking killer idea. That is really killer idea, actually. I mean, even from a like, for any company to adopt that, like you got to corner the market on that shit. Like that's like that people want to know that. Like every time you walk into a Coca-Cola store, fucking, they know where you are. Why did I say why did I say Coca-Cola store? Like there's a fucking Coca-Cola store everywhere. But yeah, no, that would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, and also augmented reality artwork on the clothing. So when
that I've seen that for sure.
Yeah. So
one which is really cool. I've got a couple pieces on order that have that in the mail.
One of the hats.
Hats, shirts, sweatshirts. Not trying to plug other projects right now, but
so yeah, I mean, like I'm into that. Sorry, I can't breathe right now.
That's
but
all right.
Yeah.
Take your time. Go ahead. If you need another hit, go for it.
I'm into that whole, AR thing, and I've done quite a bit of Instagram filters, AR stuff. That's another thing.
Yeah, I think these are mostly through Snapchat filters. I don't know what the difference is, if it's any different or not, but
cool. So
there's another one called Artivive.
Artivive.
Is another one. Artivive. Artivive. Mm-hmm.
Artivive sounds very French. Artivive. AR is cool.
Voulez-vous Artivive?
Oui, Artivive. Oui, Artivive et tu?
No.
No, wouldn't it be non? Is it no or is it non? It's probably no.
I
Probably
only
no.
speak.
Everybody knows what no means.
I only speak Rastaman.
Rastaman. You're jamming. It's one thing I've noticed everywhere. I haven't been to many countries in the world, but the less than a handful of countries that I've been to in this world, I've noticed that stop signs always say stop in the major cities. And I asked that question to somebody once, and they said, well, everybody knows stop. Okay. Anyways. What were you hitting on the bong there? Was that a mixture of the hash and the
That was
and the or sorry, no, it wasn't diesel, it was gas something.
Gasberry truffle.
Gasberry truffle. I knew it was
I
exotic.
don't know what that is. It's some sort of a cross between a gassy, I don't know, and a truffly. Somebody knows what that is.
I don't know. I don't know.
But I can tell you that it's flavorful. It has a very nice terroir, and it had it left a nice finish, and a mouthfeel. There was a mouthfeel.
Oh, I love them. I love the mouthfeels.
Yeah.
You know.
It was really good. It was dope.
Well, yeah, it was. I guess in the literal.
Well, it was, right?
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, that's why I love that one too.
I love that.
That was dope.
I never miss a chance to. I'm like, if I have one-liners that I think work all the time. I don't.
That's like a great adult dad joke. It's dope.
Okay. It's dope. If somebody says that they think my art is dope, I always say, dope was definitely involved in the making of this.
Dope.
Isn't that dope?
It's totally.
And then
dope.
they laugh, and it's funny. And most times, I mean, I probably said it to 100 people, but no one has ever said to me, "You always say that. You always say that," or "You said that to me last time." Hasn't happened yet. I'm not waiting for it to happen, but I think I'm glad that Kush Zombie likes this plan. He gets me, and he's got my back at all times. Very proud of that. Very, very psyched. So the Kush,
that's awesome.
Kush
Zombie's been a supporter of our space. Kush Zombie has come in here and support. Well, sorry, I should never honestly say that. Kush Zombie is definitely a supporter of some of the artists we've had in this space and tolerates Willie and I when he comes in like everybody else. Our artists artists are making this real, like 100%. I know you were having that last pack there, but before you go, I wanted to say Fendel popped up. And if anybody else in the room who's been listening tonight has any questions they would like to direct towards Kush or some kind words, now is definitely the time before Kush checks out.
Somebody else popped up?
Yeah, Fendel's there.
Oh, nice. I can't see. Maybe my display needs to refresh.
Or maybe I'm wrong. We've also had Fendel's had like the worst freaking Twitter space experiences in the last.
Nah, he shows a speaker for me.
Yeah, he's showing a speaker for me.
Okay,
too.
I know you're there.
No, on my other one, it shows as requested. Oh, and Max, and like, really, this is out of freaking these spaces. I tell you, folks.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, so I added him again, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I wasn't joking about playing some music. One of these times I can do a little live improv for 3 minutes, 1 minute even.
We would
by all means.
No,
next week then.
Give us one of those 17-minute. Give us one of those 17-minute suckers. Like go for broke.
No. It was actually 3.5 minutes that we stretched it out and then arranged it.
Yeah, no, we are all for that 100%. I mean, tonight has been a really, really prime example of how the spaces go. We come here, we talked about the art. You took us on a journey. We went forwards, we went backwards, we went off course. It was fabulous tonight. This was a good gig. I wish, play music next time. If we come up, we want to hear 15 songs spread over 3.5 hours.
Yeah, for sure. So,
okay.
What's up, Fendel?
Fendel, yep.
Yo, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Hey, this was a really fun show. Really great to get to know you, Kush, and yeah, really stoked to hear more of your music, and what a treat, you know. Thanks for your time,
dude. Berkeley trained. Wow, shit. Have we talked before? I think we might have talked before. I feel like I remember you.
I think we've been in some of the same rooms. I don't know that we've really like.
When did you go to Berkeley?
I was there from 90 to 95.
Okay, that's before my friend who. So I have a good friend, colleague who is the sound engineer at the Red Room. Do you know? Familiar with that place? The Red. Maybe you don't remember. Maybe it wasn't there back then. It's a venue at Berkeley.
Oh, it's at the school itself?
Yeah.
Yeah,
one of the venues.
I was there before that, I think.
Yeah, I think you were there before that. So, but he went there around 98, 99, yeah. So I usually try to see if people know him because it's a small world. But that's awesome. Then thank you very much then, especially for mentioning the song. That really means a lot. Electroacoustic musician, saxophonist, lo-fi beats, and cyberpunk. All right.
I love all kinds of stuff. Yeah, for sure.
Septuplet swing, quintuplet swing.
Sure, let's do that. Now I'm all into dark jazz because of Blocktown.
Yeah, you're really going with the dark. Yeah. You're really going with that, hey, man.
I haven't minted anything about it, but I've recorded a bunch of tracks.
Dope. That's dope.
Do you have any tracks? If you have anything you want to share to me on DMs, just go for it. Just send me some stuff. And then, yeah, I'd love to hear it. I was just listening to have you guys heard of Knower?
I'm not hip.
Not hip to Knower? Yeah, you should check them out. They have they have some, I don't know if it would be called dark jazz, but yeah, they're jazzy. You can look them up. Anyway, yeah. And they're like a musician's band, sort of. So, anyways, that's why I mentioned them. What's up, Max?
So cool.
Max is here too. How's it going?
What's up, Max? Thanks for popping up. Got questions? Something you want to say?
Yo. Sorry, just in the middle of some things, but yeah, fucking just listening to Kush's story, bro. Like, I love that so much. Just there's so many things I learned about Kush tonight that I did not know prior, and I just really appreciate that. But just talking
about he can beatbox.
I don't know what you said, but
like that he can beatbox.
I missed that part. I totally missed the beatbox.
Oh man.
But anyway, just talking about psychedelics, I see so much references to psychedelics in Kush's art. And I've also done quite a bit of psychedelics myself, some shrooms, some LSD, quite a few times. And I draw a lot of inspiration from my art as well, from the psychedelic realm. And I'm just kind of wondering, like, if Kush maybe like he could kind of differentiate like which kind of inspiration he's received from the psychedelic realm and which maybe how much percentage of his art he would have received, not doing any psychedelics at all? Maybe a very hard question, but I propose that.
No, I mean, I know what you mean. Like, it's kind of like looking at the lasers and going like, I would like to do some trippy lasers. I want to do the ones that are make it look like broad wave extending from the stage outwardly in a flat like horizon, like a long one, not just a beam, like I would like a flat, like yeah, I mean like that. Like you can be inspired by something else that you see, and then maybe you want to translate it into art or your own art, or you can take some psychedelics and you can see like bent walls and melty vibes of meltiness or breathing, synchronized breathing events, where as you breathe, the world breathes, or whatever you're looking at is breathing, and you're breathing with it, and it's pulsating at the same rhythm as your breath. You know what I mean? If you've gone and then like, okay, so well, you can translate that into music as a vibe, or the rush of the bent visuals in a blender composition that you distort, or just adding a distortion filter onto something to distort it to make it look trippy. And then there's the whole idea of like what you've seen in the past as far as psychedelic artwork and what's stimulating, like to people, bright colors, but sometimes it's just whatever you find interesting, and that's the joy of the I think where the LSD comes into play is sort of like opening your mind to all of the possibilities, and being able to take yourself on that journey and not being afraid to try things out. So, I mean, if that makes sense from the standpoint of one is where you're like maybe just blindly copying somebody else, aping somebody else's style, and another one is you're trying all the styles in an effort to discover your own style, or learn something about art, or expand your mind and your horizons. And it's not necessarily about so like if you look at my art and you look at like trippy old poster art, or 60s poster art, and melted lettering vibes and melted stuff, like you can see some influences there of like 60s poster art, and vibrant colors are of course, I mean, I think back to when I first was taking LSD and like wanted everything to be day glow, and painted day glow and then glow under a black light too. I thought these things were cool, and I still think they're probably pretty cool. I mean, I just really haven't gotten over it. That's I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg, but definitely because we had blacklight posters, but it wasn't until but specifically in my art, if you look at like the way that I like the melting shapes and the transitions, smooth transitions, and the morphing, I think that there's some morphing that goes on in the interspace while you're on psychedelics that is represented there for sure, that I dig, that I groove on. So I'll go for that. If it's organic looking, like I'm trying not to obliterate, although we've had a few projects that have called for obliteration in that sense of the subject matter with trippiness. I mean, I like to try to think that it serves the art. If I'm going for the psychedelia, like when it comes to my music videos, I'm getting to the point where I enjoy more of a fluid and story driven concepts for music videos with psychedelia and the AI mixed in. So if that makes any sense. And then so that's how all of that is folded in. The psychedelic experience, there's maybe, I'd say 50%, and then the other one is 50%. You were asking for a percentage. I mean, at a certain point it flips into, like, just kind of look at my profile picture. I don't know what to say. It's like everything. I have a lot of tie-dye in my wardrobe, and I love trippy things that, I guess, I was just looking at something going like, I'll make those hand gestures like, can't believe what you're seeing here. Do you see this? Like I'm going like, oh my God, to people in my house, and they're just like, yeah, whatever. I'm like, no, it's so trippy. Can't believe whatever it is that I'm doing at the moment. It's like 10 times a day. Because I guess, I really enjoy looking at trippy shit. So then I'm going to make trippy stuff. And it doesn't always have to be so trippy. Like look at, maybe today was a mushroom mixed with an apple. And it was just meant to be sort of like soothingly meaningful. I don't know what. It wasn't, but I guess it was still trippy. Like if you look at it, it's still psychedelic because it's got those curves and everything, but it's not so like outlandishly psychedelic, but it was meant to be illustratively psychedelic with some hidden meanings. So it's surrealism. Oh, because like there was a poster that hung in my house that actually was like the one that's like Dada surrealism, and like my parents got it at a in the gift shop, whatever, and it would hung in my house in the 70s. And I swear that just like I would stare at it for hours. You have to see the poster. It's a famous one, Dada surrealism.
Dada surrealism.
And that was like on the wall in my house as a child. And they also had the Garden of Earthly Delights triptych like hanging. They weren't like total trippers, but they liked psychedelic vibes in my house. So there you have it.
Because they probably had been.
They say that they weren't. They went and they saw Timothy Leary in concert, like speaking.
I remember when I found out my mom did mushrooms.
So, yeah.
I was like, Mom, I was with you that time. You were high on mushrooms?
Mm-hmm. Well, we also have PMCC25 up here. What's up? What's the hat?
NF terrorist.
I'm actually in the shower right now, to be honest.
That's why he's a terrorist.
Don't get any soap in your eye.
So that's commitment. I fucking listen to you in the shower, but
we can come back to you when you towel off, bro.
I know, I'll only be quick anyway, lads, because I have to head to work here anyway, but I was listening to the whole show anyways, from 2 o'clock in the morning and it's 6 a.m. now, so I haven't been to bed yet.
Wow, man, that's some stamina. Thank you so much for listening in. Really appreciate it.
Okay. I was following the whole thing. It was a good flipping. A good show tonight. My first ever full stint. So I just thought I'd flipping say hello anyways and good morning.
You heading to work?
I could have jammed a few of those stories too, mate. But sorry, I can't really stop for long, lad, but just thought I'd say hello and fair play to give me wrong. I'll see you next time.
Did you on your heading to work soon?
Yeah, that's epic. Probably get picked up here in about 20 minutes, half an hour maybe. So it's just
grab a couple cups.
No,
grab a couple cups of strong coffee.
Give myself a flipping I could have a wake up. I've already had a couple of coffees, mate. I've been fucking flat out coffees all night.
Grab a couple cups of very strong coffee. All right.
Oh, I know here. I'll be sweet, mate. It wouldn't be the first time. Could have done it.
Nice. Yeah, I like a little Ethiopian single origin.
Fair play, he is. Take her home, he says.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's something we haven't touched on yet. Is bitch, you haven't got into him with all his GM and his coffee, his coffee mints on Tezos.
Yeah, my coffee mints. Yeah, I have the world's first coffee shop on the blockchain. I was set to be the next Starbucks of Web3, but they had other plans for me.
What the hell am I missing here?
Where'd you go?
I dropped a wine. No, but I was like, you talked about coffee mints. What coffee mints? What am I missing?
There's a whole collection on his Tezos of like images and cappuccinos.
Yeah, that I made. Yeah, they're called coffee shots. KOFY.
Okay.
Or COFY.
How the fuck did I miss this?
Shots. It's kind of like almost like shats. Like you're from the East Coast, you know, coffee shats.
Oh, I read it as like you shat yourself.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's how I read it at least.
Jesus.
With caffeine.
Jesus,
maybe.
Willie.
Yeah.
Okay, so anyway, I put those out because they had to be put out. Let's just say, you know, I did them in 2013, 2012, 2013, somewhere around there. And I had a website. Sorry, had a thing called a Vine. They were short videos.
Okay, I remember Vine.
Pre, you know, whatever.
That was a Twitter derivative, right?
Yeah. Yes, it was. And I had a project called Down the Hatch, where I would and I had and I made a Twitter account. You can find my Twitter account, but from back then it's called Ed Express, Espresso Artist, at Espresso Artist. I think I actually got at Espresso Artist. I couldn't believe it, but I never go there anymore. But it's from 2013. Anyways, so you see, I had these ready to go, and when Tezos came around, I was like, hey, let's open up the coffee shop. And
so that's like pre-AI then. So what did you use to draw those or create those?
Those are just pictures of my coffee that I made. That I made.
Yeah,
they're my art, my coffee art.
Oh, shut up!
No, that's my coffee art. Are you looking at it?
Yeah.
So you, I was earlier. I'm not at the moment, but
yeah, I did them all. I basically, you know, I lived in Seattle at a certain point. Learned how to make espressos, and
so those are just straight photos. That's awesome, dude.
I say now. I realize I just went back to them, and as soon as they popped up, I was like, oh yes, I have seen these, and yeah, you're right.
They sell on the secondary sometimes, you know, not too much, but it's cool. It's all good. It's fun, and I wanted to do, anyways. Yeah.
So Hen's got to be a newer one then, like post. Like after you started minting them, you're like, all right, I got to do this one in Hen.
The Hen one was when it was on Hen.
Well, I know what I'm saying. Well, you said you did these in like you took the like you made most of them in like 2016.
Oh yeah, right. So then there's some that are from that era and some that are new. Yes.
Okay, that's very cool. I didn't realize. I have more. I'm like, this could be it.
Yeah, I have more, and I have an animated bunch where
Google would make these like GIFs automatically. It was fucking cool. And anyways, I let my Vine thing lapse without downloading all the Vines, and that was the coolest one. It was every single one of those images had a video that goes along with me drinking the last drop, and it was called Down the Hatch, and it was filmed. I tried to film like from above my eyebrows, so you're looking down on the last drop as it went into my mouth. It was totally insane. Like if anybody,
did you say eyebrow or eyebrows?
yeah, my eyebrows.
Was it one or two at that time?
Nah, it's just how you say your brow.
Well, I don't know because you said that the wife made you pluck the unibrow.
That was good.
They are
comedy.
too, and and it's a little bit better, I'll say, aesthetically, but it's all good. But the videos were hilarious, and they be and I'd say like Down the Hatch, and that was it. They were supposed to be vines, not like
6 seconds, right?
They were supposed to be very short, and it was like me drinking them down the hatch, and it was a concept. And this was, I mean, come on, before 2013. This is before Web3 by about 10 years. So I'm very excited about that history, although they're gone. That's all to say, like, I was doing that for nobody's benefit but my own. Nobody was watching me. I didn't have any followers, and nobody was following me on Twitter or Facebook or whatever social media. I wasn't into social media that way. I was, but maybe I was looking at Facebook a lot and didn't do it like this. So, but this has been, the whole idea behind KUSH was because when I first got started in NFTs, I dropped in as metamushrooms, and on people were curious on my Facebook world why I was hawking mushrooms, and so I retreated from there. I came back. I started over here and over there at the same time, but I was focused over here, and I realized if I go as KUSH, it will protect the personal side of my life, sort of from the wild and crazy persona that I would like to portray as a wild and crazy old hippie.
Yeah.
So KUSH can be whatever KUSH wants to do. KUSH can do. It doesn't affect. Everybody knows that it's not I'd say it's like whatever Jerry Seinfeld's act. It's as much as an act as that is. Most of my life is just like this. I'm like, yeah, I am definitely a psychedelic explorer and making a lot of art 100% of the time. When I'm not on Spaces or whatever, I've had a lot of that conversation too lately. That Spaces it makes it goes against the efforts for the most part of trying to do art. If you're doing Spaces and talking in Spaces or hosting Spaces, it's very hard to work on art. I can do it if I'm chilling in the background and I'm not on stage. I can bust out some stuff and listen and respond occasionally, but we do in this NFT zone spend a lot of time in Spaces, on Spaces, and it's okay. It's good. It's definitely useful, and that's one of the things that I, will just, if I'm going to wrap it up here, I'll say, like, from this whole experience, my sort of art career has been within the Web3 space more than outside of the Web3 space. Has been my professional art and music career, not as KUSH as the other guy, which comes with a bunch of different responsibilities, and it's not front facing, and I'm not trying to portray the art as mine, right? So it's like it's easier on all fronts. When I was making DVDs, Facebook was just coming out. I had an opportunity to be much more out there as a personality or expert in the field of video editing, video compression, whatever it was, making DVDs and all of that. I didn't necessarily know how to take advantage of it then. It was sort of my, I'm not saying I'm trying to make up for that now, but, you know, as a business person, as an artist, an explorer, you know, having the persona of KUSH has allowed me to embody more of what I feel from an artistic standpoint than, you know, going to a whatever Better Business Bureau mixer cocktail party hour to talk about my DVD business with potential customers. I'd much rather sit around and talk about art and so, but even on the level of, I enjoy having that persona of KUSH to ride with, if that makes sense. And, you know, I think anybody who's here who has an alter ego or whatever that they employ to give them the, you know, mystique or whatever it is, you know, knows that it's fine to do that and to let people know you're doing that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
agreed, 100%. I think.
Sorry, I missed that.
What did you say?
I just said agree. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
This space allows that for people, and I think I have no problem either way with what anybody wants to do, and for it to allow people to separate business with pleasure is another great way to throw it. That's not a
Yeah,
dirty. That's
and
not
also,
a dirty.
I'm fully doxxed, so anyone can go on my website and figure out who I am, more or less. They can find out. I'm more or less doxxed. So, but you should go to everyoneorchestra.com, listen to the Heart Full of Love. That's where the big 17-minute long song is. It's at everyoneorchestra.com, and you can go and then you know, if you look at the YouTube version and you click on the more button to see the list of musicians, it also has a timestamp that you can jump to in case you know any of them and you don't want to watch the whole thing. You can just click around and see if there's anybody you like, watch their part. They're only, you know, they're like up there for, you know, like several bars each. There's like 75 musicians in 17 minutes.
That's so cool. I'm definitely going to check that out. I have it written down from earlier. I've got to check that shit out.
That is my opus.
Whoop, whoop.
Anyways,
17 minutes. It's a Tool song.
Yeah. So, and if Everyone Orchestra ever comes to your town, actually, they're going to be in California. They're going to be in we're going to be playing at Sweetwater in Mill Valley, and in Felton, California. So, if you're in either of those places or nearby, come on down. We'll put you on.
Where's Felton?
Santa
I
Cruz.
look at it.
Santa Cruz Mountains.
Yeah, Santa Cruz Mountains, and also.
Wait, where are you playing in Felton?
Playing at the Felton Music Hall. I think it's called. And in Mill Valley at Sweetwater Music Hall.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and that's this month in about 2 weeks. So yeah,
I will send people.
Right on.
Send them. If you play it, they will come.
It's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, Hash Browns is in that area.
Get some Shroom Coin stickers. I'll bring some Shroom Coin stickers and some Shroom Coin merch. Some Shroom merch. Metamushrooms merch. Schmerch. Thank you. But you got to have an NFT in order. You got to have a bus in order to get the merch. No, I'm just kidding. You got to be on the whitelist.
the tie-dye list. That's what I gotta have. I gotta have a tie-dye list.
Tie-dyed list.
Yeah.
Next level.
Here. Well,
That's
hey,
the next level. Yeah.
just sorry guys, interrupting her. Just quickly before you go, see earlier on the way you were saying about the Raspberry Pi and getting it configured as an NFT display. There's a guy in work that does exactly that, but does it with remote access for like different pictures and things for like stores and shops, and you can set it up with a preloaded file and remote access and change it to suit your sales, with it obviously being connected to the internet. So like I'll find a bit more out about that because I'm not 100% the ins and outs of it myself, but I'll even see if I can get a copy of the file set up, and so you can just like drag and drop and have it easily set up for you if you want.
Yeah, let me know about that. Please hit my DMs.
No problem, all good. And here, see as well, Kush, see earlier on when you were, I was writing stuff down like throughout the wee talk today, and when you were telling your laser story, for some reason I just started doodling a stick man, fucking shooting lasers all over the place. So I'll send the thing into the wee chat here, and sure I'll give you a laugh. Lasers on Kush. I'll see you there, lads. Have a good day.
Nice. Love it.
Thanks,
you,
buddy.
man.
Have a good work day.
Thanks, man.
Cool, lads. Take your holiday.
Yeah, I'm gonna skedaddle too, you guys. Thank you so much. It's been awesome. And you know.
Yeah,
thank you, man. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, so thanks for everything, and you know, hopefully we can you know, link up again and make some stuff happen in either cyberspace, metaverse, real world.
Well, you have to pop back in next week and just say hi at least for our 1 year anniversary show.
1 year anniversary show. Good.
And maybe next week you can tell me why you're a merry prankster.
All right.
We'll save that for next week.
All right.
Yeah, thanks a lot,
You gotta
Kush.
look up Ken Kesey. I'll tell you right now, that's a clue.
It's so close to Ben Kenise, who we talked to. It's just like rolled up. It just rhymes in my head.
Spelt different,
Yeah.
though. Spelt different.
Ken Kesey.
Yeah.
And you can read about the Merry Pranksters on his wiki, and then you'll know. But I'll talk about it too, because I'm sure you'll have more questions after that.
Here we go.
Will
Here
do.
we go.
Yeah.
Here,
All right.
See, it's so easy how 5 hours happens. But
that is.
Thank you very much, Kush.
Yeah,
this far exceeded my expectations.
Right on.
I appreciate your time very, very much. I hope you have a good night. Anytime that you
Thanks,
need us in the future, whatever we can do for you in our small form, you can reach out to us anytime. The microphone is always open for you here if you ever need us for any reason, if you need us for retweets or fucking anything at all, whatever we can do for you, 100% here.
Right on, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
Thank you.
Fucking love it. Thank you.
The journey was amazing.
Right on. All right. We'll see you out there on the timeline.
You betcha. Dropping out.
All right.
Now I'm gonna have to look at all the responses to the tweets.
Right on.
Were they AI?
All right.
Peace out.
Talk to you later.
See if his GMs are written in AI or not.
That's
see if
right.
you can spot which ones are and which ones aren't.
That's right.
Oh shit. The secret's out.
Take care, Kush.
Take care, man. Thank you.
All right, see you.
Click. I love that about this space where we always have that. It's like, okay, well, you hang up first. No, you hang up.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we get into the fourth hour, is when like I really start waking up and finding like the deep questions.
So, man, we could have went everywhere with Kush. We derailed and went so many different places tonight in this conversation. It was far out, man. Like, it was far out. Like, really nice.
Yeah,
guy.
I could have gone back to beatboxing for an hour, easy.
Right. Well, the tunes, I'll hear your tunes. Like, next time we talk to him, he needs to play us tunes as well. I mean, how do you even do this, right? Like, here we are doing this space for a year. And all these we've only ever had one guest on as a guest as a second time. But how do you do it? How do you revisit all these guests when there's still more people to be talked to? And especially in our format, right? Like it's just, I don't know. It's crazy, man. All these people. I want to revisit them
Yeah,
all.
I mean, and honestly, like the only one we had on twice is Pop Lazarus, right?
Correct.
And it's mostly because, like, we say it every time. Hey, you need anything, you want to come back on, let us know. And he's the only one that's actually said, hey, I want to come back on. I want to give you guys an update, tell you what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Tell you about, my RV trip and everything. And we're like, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
we'll make a date for you.
Yeah.
He's the one that's ever actually said he wanted to come back on in that capacity. So
that was dope.
Like,
that's fair enough.
We mean it when we say it, is all I'm trying to say, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Or he could be, or he come and hang out with us every time, just like Fendel. I mean, Fendel,
and Laser Lou,
yep, and Proteon. Well, the mayor's
everybody just needs to show up next week. Come on,
that's right.
Definitely next week.
The mayor's down there.
Well, everyone,
NFT and chill.
Everyone needs to say something next week, though. we need to get some happy anniversaries or something at least. Or I mean, we want you to ask us questions.
Oh, we're gonna cut it up. It's gonna be great. We're gonna tell dad jokes. We're gonna have lightning rounds. We're gonna have music. This is gonna be fun.
Fendel might even drop some of that rare Fendel shit talk that we've heard of with the Taze. I was just looking at. Never mind. I was just looking at Teztone's event. I was just gonna say. I just saw you. You got that mint. It's minted up there. It's up there. Your piece is happening, right?
Oh yeah. We just minted it up. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited about it. Feeling very good about this piece.
It's a beautiful. It's a beautiful piece. I think I saw it. I don't know if it was finished yet or not, but I think I saw it last week or whatever, and I was just like, what? And I just left it playing over and over again. I'm like, what? It's beautiful. I'm excited for this round, the Teztones event. It's going to be killer.
All the pieces are really good.
Yeah, they are. It's kind of cool how the first round was amazing. Like it was fire. But I mean, everybody that was participating and also witnessing it, it was new, right? And those pieces were all fucking amazing. And then like all these new pieces are even crazier. And it's like, so how will this event go in the future? Like, how will we ever? It's like you'll be like, oh, we can't top this. And then the next round will come and be like, holy shit.
I'm actually like, low key trying. I really want to keep these teams together and draft and like try to expand the league by drafting new team members and keeping the teams.
So what you're saying is like the working teams that you got going on now, you would like to keep them and then draft onto them?
Yeah, that would be my preference, but it's kind of a democratic scene over there,
right?
So, I can't remember who said it, but strong opinions loosely held.
For those that don't know what we're talking about here, for that aren't in the know about this, the Teztones are it's basically a sporting event for arts, I guess we'll say. What is the official term for it? I don't know, but it's artists that are produce visual arts and artists that are audible artists. I want to say, I don't want to just say musical. I want to say audible artists are put together in random teams to compete against each other. Was that correct in what I said, Fendel, or did I fuck it all up?
Sounded good to me.
That sounds great.
Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of a really interesting concept. They're in their second round, and kind of the deal is that eventually through these different competitions, or different rounds, rather, I should say, eventually there's going to be stats built on these artists, which is going to be an interesting kind of deal. Like we're going to have a Fendel baseball card, which is I'm thinking is kind of cool. or a Fendel. We shouldn't call it a baseball card because it's not baseball. It should be a Fendel collector's card with stats on it.
They are already made.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Dude.
I know. Like I am so into these cards. I can't even tell you. They're so cool. They're already made actually, and like, but we're in the process of trying to decide like how to release the cards.
Right.
And you know, we do want to retain the value of the NFTs that we create for the events. And so there's some discussions about it, but everybody's excited about it. They're basically done.
What's not exciting? I mean, everything about this project, there's a lot of excitement. I mean, come on. WX8BK is going to have a blimp flying around the arena during the what are you calling that? What are we calling the actual what do you guys call the actual event? Like when us regular folk can go into the is it the Voxelverse? What's it called? Voxel.
Yeah,
I think we're using spatial.
Pardon me, spatial.
Yeah.
What's the event called? What are we calling it? The viewing? Or what are you guys calling it?
What are we calling it? The Tez Tones. It's funny.
It needs a good name. That's what you like. You're liking a good name there.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea.
It's not. It can't just be an event. Everything's an event. It needs its own like descriptor.
Maybe there is one, but I don't remember because I've just
the viewing. No, because you're not just viewing. You're listening to
the viewing. It sounds like a bad horror, B-rated horror.
Yeah, movie. That's kind of where I was going with that. Actually, I'm glad you picked up on that.
The viewing.
Yeah. Maybe it needs like a name, like a place, like the Kingdom or
yeah. That's a good point. That's a good point. You should drop that.
The place needs a name. Yeah, the place needs a name for sure.
And the event itself. See, maybe I don't know. I tried to get into the two spaces this week, but I was working and I was in a noisy environment, so I couldn't play along and listen. Fendel will have to bring that up to his people. We can shout it out from our WX8BK frickin' blimp.
Yeah,
I'm so excited for this blimp, and you're going to be able to fly it around.
No, the details aren't in. Apparently, there needs to be some code that Hash Brown needs to have in order for us to fly it. So the initial launch of it could be just it cruising around, which is fine.
Yeah, I think it'll just be like on a track.
That'll still be really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's neat. I'm.
Which, I mean, honestly, I don't really want to drive that thing while I'm trying to watch and talk at the same time. Like, I'd rather just be on a little automated loop.
Dude, I am all on that.
We can just worry about what we're watching and
I want to drive that sucker so we can fly down and go, all right, we're going to look at this piece now.
Yeah,
fly right down.
Autopilot.
No autopilot. Oh, dude. Max, you still have a microphone too. I was going to say, if you wanted to pop in on the conversation at any time, feel free to do so. I think we played one of your pieces a couple weeks ago as our opening song, if memory serves me correct. I was going to go back into my phone here and see. But if you're around, you feel free to chat. If anybody else here wants to pop up and chat with us, feel free to do so. We're definitely here for another 15 minutes or so. Anyways, that was a good conversation tonight with KUSH.
Yeah, dude, I appreciate that so much, man. I mean, a lot of artists would be like, "What the fuck you're doing? You're playing my music without my permission? What the fuck?" But like, I get a tag like this fucking like dope ass radio show is playing my music. I'm just like, fuck yeah, dude! Like, play that shit, man. Like, share it with the world. You know, that's what I'm all about. You know, we're in Web3. Let's just fucking share everything that we have and just grow together.
For sure.
So, that's what I'm all about, dude. Like, so props to fucking Kush for sharing his story. But that's where I'm at, man. Like, I'm just here. We're all sharing and we're all growing.
Yeah, I appreciate those kind words. I've often thought that, like, every time uh typically I do usually I try to always make sure that I own a piece if I play it, which I did of yours. But you know, I always go like, man, I don't know, there's no rights. Like, I'm always waiting for that time, but no, man, we're in a good place here. I mean, if you're I'm an old school DJ and stuff like that, and the way that I believe it is that if I play an artist's song and I'm not making anything off of it, never mind a penny, never mind thousands of dollars off of it, but if I'm playing an artist's song and then giving kudos to them and like pointing people in their direction, to me, I feel that I should be able to play it, but I don't. I know it's not a right either, so I appreciate that. You know, every time I play something, and I always get, you know, a pat on the back and props from the artist. So I really do appreciate that very much. Got to promote it, man. Got to get it out there. You might, you know, if you gain one person that it buys a piece of yours because of that, that means the world to me. Means the world to you, I would imagine as well, right? Shit.
Means a lot to me.
Yeah.
And I didn't even do anything.
Max's stuff. I was going to actually. What's that?
I said I was just here listening. Means a lot to me.
Yeah. Max, I was going to ask you because I think your piece that I played, you did. It was the visual with the audio, right? Because you only had like 2 pieces on Tezos, I do believe. I'm just trying to go back into my collection here because I wanted to look at it and have some accurate words that I speak when I talk to you about your art instead of just being an idiot. We played the track The Visitors that you had and the reactive audio visual. So whatever you're using to do the visual to your audio, is it a program that you've created? Is it something that you do, or is it a program that you've found?
Yeah, sure, man. You know, I'm not going to act like I'm this like creative coding genius. You know, I'm just an artist musician. So the art that you mentioned was just created in Adobe After Effects. So basically, it's I've been a musician, you know, for a long, long time, but just trying to kind of connect the visual element with the music that I create. And so what you saw there, you know, it was like 3 different circles, and one circle, the audio reactivity was represented from the snare drum. The other circle, the audio reactivity was represented from the bass drum. And then the next one was represented from the hi-hat. So you got the hi-hat, the snare drum, and the bass drum, both controlling audio reactivity in a piece. And I can do that because I wrote the piece myself and I have the audio stems for it.
Gotcha. So you, sorry, did you say After Effects you were using to do that?
Yep, Adobe After Effects.
Yeah. No, so you used the audio and then you created what we were seeing. So that wasn't, that's not a live as it's happening?
Well, no, it's not live as it's happening, but the thing is, like, I don't program every single frame that you see in the art. Like, I just have an audio stem, and then I program that audio stem to trigger the movement or the color changes, whatever you might see in that particular layer of the video file.
Okay, yeah, no, too. I'm on the same page now. I get you. Cool. Yeah, no, it's a. Sorry, as I die off on the side here. No, I like that because on my old MacBook I have an audio emulator that is not available anymore, and there aren't really audio emulators that go to visual. There aren't many that I've ever known like it. So I was just kind of wondering if that was the kind of the same thing that you were using there. But so it is. It is, but you've created it using After Effects. That's a mouthful for me tonight. as I
Yeah.
die here. Sorry, I'm choking, Willie.
No, I mean, you were asking Max the question. I was waiting for him to answer. Then I'm like,
No, I was.
All right, maybe it's time to call it.
I didn't really ask the question and get it fully out. I was kind of choking and dying. It's all right. It's okay. Yeah. No. Cool. I love.
I was thinking Winamp. Is that kind of what?
Well, the
Win. Talking about.
Winamp back in the day used to have those visualizers. Yeah. Yeah, no, they did. They used to have those kinds of visualizer plugins that you could use. And that's the kind of thing that I find is not really existent anymore. It's kind of really bizarre, which in this modern day of, EDM events and stuff like that, maybe it is, but I think it's become more proprietary. I don't think that it's just out there for the general public as much anymore. I could be wrong. I could be just looking in the wrong
I don't
places.
know. I haven't looked into anything like that now. Or maybe it's one of those things where it's like it's so common you just don't even notice it.
Yeah, that was kind of the other mode that I was going to, is like maybe I'm like not seeing the forest through the trees anymore. The what the hell is the program? I'm sitting here looking at my laptop. The only reason I have this old piece of crap MacBook that I have sitting here next to me anymore is because it still has that emulator. It's called Disco something or other. But it was neat. I mean, you could put it had all kinds of pre-programmed 3D visualizers that would go with the music, and you could adjust whether you wanted to what frequencies you wanted to pick it up. So whether it was bass, mid or high, just like Max was saying, like with the snare drum or whatever. But you could set that, and you could have this. You could select from these different visualizations, but you could also input video into it. Like, so if you had a live camera, there's a few times where I've used a live video camera to also put it in there, right? So, but I've just found that nowadays there's nothing that I've really found that compares to it. So that's why I was very interested when I saw this piece from Max. I was like, oh, what's going on here? And I like it because it is that idea, but it's also his, which is cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try to find something like that now.
Right.
Some more visualizer software. I miss those old Winamp days, man. They really did kick the llama's ass, or whip the llama's ass. Damn it,
man. Winamp, I'm sure you could probably go to like a Salvation Army or some thrift store and find a computer that has a hard drive and it probably still have Winamp on it.
Oh, I still have an install file. The problem is finding an emulator that'll run it, and then I probably don't have all the install files for the visualizer.
Mm-hmm.
Because those were different, and they were just in the skin. They were skins, and they were in the skin, but you had to be on find the skins on an FTP site, and
sorry, I just kind of thought about how that would sound to somebody. It was a skin, but it was in the skin, and in the skin, you start talking like, are we going all fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre here? We're gonna make
no, you got to take full context. We're talking about Winamp skins. Don't take me out of context.
All right. But yeah, the emulator it's fun, and like I say, like I have this old computer, this old MacBook that I literally has to stay plugged in. You can't unplug it, otherwise it dies immediately. And the only reason I keep it is because it has that on it. And I tell you, I might only use it once every 3 years, but when I use it, it's worth it. Like when I slap it on a projector outside and in a backyard party and slam that up on a wall or a fence, it's cool. It's a light show in a box. It's cool. It's fun. And it's reactive. Like that's what I need. I mean, it's very reactive. I should actually. No, I shouldn't fire that up right now. I'm gonna go to bed eventually. God damn.
Yeah, I think that's like the most common question that I get. When I show people my art, they're just like, "How is that different from like a Winamp or like an iTunes Media visualizer?" That's the main question I get. They're like, how is that different from just a simple visualizer? And I try to tell them like, hey, like it's not just like one audio track that is receiving the audio. Like I create the audio myself.
Yeah.
So I have all the stems. I can actually just program the guitar by itself to do something with no interference. And at the same time, it's not just kind of the, I feel like a lot of these visualizers, you know, they're just kind of pretty things to look at, good. You know, that's the same that art is too. Art is just something pretty to look at, but at the same time, like I'm thinking of it more as like a finished kind of piece, like kind of a fine art, you know, if I may try to be a fine artist, but like it's more kind of a finished fine art just for that one thing than instead of kind of a universal thing that just like shows you kind of something pretty to look at.
Yeah, you know, you got
listening to.
Yeah, you definitely, yeah, no, with your approach, you have way more control over it. Like you've created this something, you've fine-tuned it exactly. Where yeah, definitely what I'm talking about is a one size fits all kind of thing. But those refinements definitely would not be there.
And it's like on a visualizer, can those will those recreate the same song the same way every time?
Likely not.
Right? Like there's
no, absolutely not.
There's definitely some randomness in there, right? So like with yours, it's refined. It's more, yeah, it's more permanent.
It's definitely clean. It's definitely clean.
Yeah.
No, I dig it too. You know what? Just for because I mean, we are live streaming on the YouTube, so I'm just going to take this one moment before we sign off and end this space. I'm going to play this piece that we've been talking about the whole damn time because we're sitting here and there's definitely people here that have no effing idea. But it's called The Visitors, and it's by Max Sutton. Is that how you say it? Max Sutton? Right. So we'll.
Bro, I don't even know. You know, people just call me Max. You know, like I made that name like kind of thinking like high class, like Louis Vuitton, like Max Vuitton.
Max Vuitton.
But if you, yeah, I don't fucking know, dude. Like it's all open, like Max Sutton, Max Vuitton, like high class. You know, fucking who knows, man.
Dude,
it's all open for interpretation. Like that's what art should be, man. Like people should make their own meaning to it.
Willie and I have learned that you know we've been concerned sometimes. We've asked many artists about, you know, how do you feel when somebody looks at your piece of art and interprets it a different way? And just like you said there, it's art. It's meant to be interpreted. If you're right, you know, like if an artist takes offense because you look at a piece of art and interpret it a different way, well, that person shouldn't be an art because it's out there for the public. And yeah, absolutely. But I'm gonna play this piece. It's called The Visitors. We'll play this. We'll come back after this, and we'll tie it all up because it's that time. You know, Bits has got to get up early in the morning. Willie is probably going to go have another nap, I guess, or something like that. But we'll play this song.
Yeah,
The Visitors by Max. dude. You know, that was like, it was like I was watching one of those old school snowboarding videos or something like that, or like a fucking ski movie. Like I just pictured people flowing through the powder or surfing a wave or something, man. Fuck. I dug it. That was the Visitors. Max is in here in the room. He's up there in the corner if y'all see him. Everybody that's in here, I didn't mention it earlier when there was, back earlier in the space, but everybody in here is worthy of a follow. If you're not following everybody in here, there's some very talented, beautiful people in here, and I vouch for every single one of them in here. If they murder you, I'm sorry, but I vouch for them now. Just kidding. No, they are. They're beautiful. And Max has stuff. Max, you got stuff on. You got a couple pieces on Tezos. You got Foundation as well. I pinned your pinned tweet is up at the top. I decided to slap it up there for anybody else that wants to look into it. It's really cool stuff. I really enjoy it. I think we're gonna have you on for a little in-depth conversation at some point in time. I think it'd be swarthy. That's a groovy tune. Really fits in with the WXAPK kind of vibe.
Yeah, it's definitely complimenting my high right now.
Oh, Willie got high?
For sure.
Really?
Yeah, maybe a little too high, but...
That's all good, buddy. That's all good. Well, I think we've come down to that point in time, though. I think it's time to shut her down. Our guest tonight was KUSH, who made it over 4.5 hours, which is definitely a token in itself, 100%. We don't ever come into these spaces ever asking that the guest ever stay on that long. The guest is always knows from the beginning the guest can check out and walk away at any time, doesn't have to make up any excuses, because let's face the facts. Our time, the guest time, our listeners that are all listening here, your time, everybody's time is valuable, and we all have real things that we have to do. So the fact that our artist guests come and join us for this long or shorter periods of time is amazing. The fact that you folks listen to us every week is absolutely amazing, and we appreciate it very, very much. And I can't say that enough, honestly. Next week we have our 1-year anniversary. We've been here for 1 year. Every Tuesday we've been here. It always hasn't been in full capacity, but I'd say a good 97% of the time. Hey, Willie?
Yeah, but it's like 40-something artists we've talked to this year.
Absolutely. I mean,
in depth.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had Laser Lou. We've had Proteon. We've had Fendel. We've had KUSH. We've had Paper Buddha. We've had Wonder Mundo, Empress Trash, Hash Brown. Like I can't even name it all off the top of my head. Like it's
Rhythm, Chris Truman, Make It Rad,
Denver Donkey.
Denver Donkey. Yep.
Bobby Yamada,
Mem XCI, Ben Kanize, Retro Manny. I'm pretty impressed that we've actually named as many as we have off the top of our head.
They're all just so great. Like they're all just such great artists, and they've been so fun to talk to, and it's been a really fun year.
Yep, and I think we've created something here. We obviously don't have the short form, nicely packaged little podcast style that everybody would want, but the fact that we have such a good listener base on a constant every week shows that at least we're doing something that people do want to listen to. We typically have about 40 listeners on any given night, give or take, of course. It's never constant, but then we also get listens later on in the day, later on in the week after the show is done, which is really cool to us as well. We're now on YouTube as well. The shows on there aren't as pretty and clean as most of the other YouTubes, but we're learning. So you can always go and check out some of our older spaces archived up there. We are adding more as time goes on. Well, and we're going to keep having spaces, so I guess we'll just keep adding more.
Yeah.
I wanted to say retroactively putting up some older ones that aren't up there, but I kind of messed that up. Anyways, all right. Well, Willie, I'm going to cash out. I'm done. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you, Fendel, for stopping in. Thank you, Laser Lou, dude, for being here. Thanks to the mayor. Thanks to Proteon, NFT and Chill. Sister Sage, thank you for being here. Max, thanks for popping in. We'll be in your DMs. I definitely would like to talk to you a little bit more. Definitely going to check out some of your stuff on ETH. Oh, ETH. Oh, it hurts. But it's all good. It's all about the art. It shouldn't be about the chain. It's all about the art and collecting what you like.
No, it hurts because of the gas, though. I'm with you.
Right?
The gas hurts a little bit.
It's gas. Just like anybody.
Right now.
Just like anybody that's had a big dinner.
High because everyone's trading Pepe and Gensler and all kinds of other shit coins that I don't know.
It's all good.
Not financial advice.
Oh, I was trying to click on my computer, talk and think and listen all at the same time, and I messed up there. But anyways, cool. All right, let's check out. We've said enough. 10 after 12. Thanks, everybody. Next week.
Tune in next week for the live Little League Baseball broadcast.
Willie's going to be doing play-by-play from Little League Baseball.
Yep. Sure will be.
Next week, 1 year anniversary. Please come. Any past guests that we've had, the mic is yours, and we would love to hear from you. Some kind words or some inspirational words or some criticism if you would like. Bring anything you want, including cake. We would love to have that. The following week after that, we have Purs on as our guest. We're here every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern on the night train. Train's coming back into the station. Thanks, everybody, for coming in. We're going to play you out. Have a good night. Take care of yourselves and each other.
I was going to say, yeah, on behalf of Jerry Springer passing away. Rest in peace. Take care of yourselves and each other.
We'll see you next time.
Herbo! Herbo! The printers have been down for how long now?
6 minutes? 6 hours and 6 minutes.
You're gonna have to copy these by hand. We don't have time.
Glucose level. Right on now.
Sucrose levels are not. Now you know we got to have this project done. Don't bring me that silly ass S words up in here trying to sound all sweet and cute. I just, oh Lord, no.
The community is sweet.
Herbal.
Yeah.
Now, baby, you got a pencil?
Yeah.
You got a pen?
Yes.
Wait a minute, you got some chalk? Because we can talk. Herbal.
Yeah.
Never mind, go online.